Yeah, great. Okay, everyone. Okay, we'll be waiting 5 minutes for people to join so that we can start the program. We are waiting for more people to join so that we can start. We're starting shortly. Welcome to the Love Conference. Welcome again, everyone. We start in 2 minutes' time. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Please, if you can hear me, just type something on the group chat. Just so you can hear me. Let me see 1 or 2 messages. Can you hear me? Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Bishop. I like that. All right, all right. Type something on the group chat. Just so you can hear me. Let me see. Thank you, Coach Jeff. Can you hear me? All right. My name is Deborah Tobiolawale, and I'll be the facilitator for today's conference. It's a conference we all have been planning for and longing for. Thank you. All right. So it's love season. All right. And we are looking at the love conference. Okay, so I'm getting a feedback of my voice. Is anyone also getting that? Okay. Please let that be worked on. I think it's better now. All right, so we are in love season. Who is excited? All right, I was this afternoon. I was just smiling. Oh, okay. I was just smiling because I've been seeing different conferences there and there. You know, we're in love season, and I've been seeing different team, different title. One even said love is overrated. One said I just saw different programs coming up. Okay, yes, Coach Bishop, it has talked. Thank you. All right. So a team of a program I saw was like love is overrated. Another one said it is not about love, just different things. But really, and I believe that we are in the love season, and it is expedient that we really look at, you know, what love really is about. We want to know and understand the fundamentals, right, of this love, the science of love, love as a society builder. Is it really overrated? Just let's talk about love, right? Let's talk about love. There is love everywhere. I believe love between mother and child, love between father and child, between spouses, between parents. There's just love everywhere. But let's talk about this love. And I think that's why we are bringing wonderful speakers together so that we can discuss this, so that we can have a change in mindset, learn, unlearn, relearn different things. All right. So that's why we are looking at the love conference, and we'll be starting like right away. So very quickly, I'm going to be inviting our host for this Conference. Sorry, the music playing, we have started already. We've started already. Can the music be stopped? All right. So we have a wonderful coach, Ifeoluwari Bisala. She's the one that is bringing every one of us together. So you people must learn what love really is about. We must do it the right way, right? We must understand it. So she decided to bring different coaches, different professionals together so that we can discuss and look into love. So I'm just going to be giving her some minutes to speak to us. What did she see that made her, bring this thing together, and what should be our expectation? So she's just going to be having a short word with us. Let's have you, Coach Ifeoluwari Bisala.
Thank you very much, Coach Deborah. It's lovely being here today, and I want to especially welcome everybody to the Love Conference. It's truly a joy to have you all here today. Thank you so much for joining in. Just before we continue, if you wouldn't mind, you can just please share what love means to you. Just drop it in the chat box. What does love mean to you? What does love mean to you? Thank you very much. Yeah, so once again, we are so glad to have you here. And we know it's because you believe in authentic connection. It's because you believe in growth. And it's because you believe in the power of love in all its form. And I trust that you will end today with something tangible, with a lasting impact on you as a person, on your relationships, on your impact work, and your influence in our world. You all will agree with me that love is a big word. In fact, I love love. Love is powerful. Yet a lot of times we use it flippantly, without getting a full grasp of what it is. As powerful as it is, a lot of times we undermine it as we generally do not grasp or understand what this concept, what this word truly is. As a child for many years, I thought love was only feelings. As I know a lot of us too would have perceived it to be just feelings. And so when the feeling is not there, we feel, it's no longer love. In more recent times, I have come to understand that love is commitment and so many other things. I'm sure our speakers will do justice to some of these aspects of love. And I am still unwrapping, the no-ending mystery of what love really is. And that it impacts every aspect of our individual lives, our families, and the society, and our world at large. Understanding and working in love is growth. And you all agree with me that growing never ends. Learning never ends. So it's a continuous work. So I want to welcome you again on this journey of growth powered by love. Love is powerful, love is dynamic, love is transforming, and love is truly fulfilling. The presence or absence of love impacts our everyday lives and world in no small way, and we all can attest to this, either positively or negatively. And so it's high time that we stop leaving love out of our dynamics. Love powers everything. Even the most successful business, love powers it also. So love is life, and life is love. The Love Conference was created for us as a space for us to pause, reflect, have honest conversations about our personal love work, about our relationships, about our purpose, about healing, and the ways love shapes our lives personally, within the families and within our larger communities. Today isn't about having all the answers. It's about being open, learning from one another, and living with something meaningful that we can all carry forward henceforth. Love asks us to look inward as much as it asks us to look outward also. So it's all encompassing. Like I said earlier, life is love and love is life. And today is also another opportunity for us to look inward and outward at the same time. As you listen to the conversations that will be shared here today, I encourage you to take what resonates with you, leave what doesn't resonate with you, and allow yourself the freedom to sit with thoughts or feelings that may arise from this. That's where growth begins, because growth begins quietly. Above all, please be gentle with yourself. Be kind to yourself. Learning how to love better. Ourselves first, and then others is an ongoing work. And it takes honesty, it takes humility, and it takes time. Once again, I want to especially say a big thank you for choosing to be part of this experience. We are excited for what today holds, and we're honored to begin this journey with you. Welcome once again to the Love Conference. Thank you very much.
Wow. Wow. Can you just give a round of applause for our coach? Thank you for that word. You know, it got me really, really thinking when you said, what does love mean to you? And really, I believe that the meaning we give to anything is how we react or act to such thing. All right. So what does love mean to you? I could say love means this to me. Love means that to someone else. Right. But generally, we've started the journey on what we call the Love Conference, and we have great speakers on ground to delve into different aspects of love. And I believe that we are really going to learn. Our perspective will change. Some of us are going to redefine what love means to us, right? And, you know, sometimes we think it's love, but just maybe it is not. Anyway, we will go into it very quickly. So we are going to be having our first speaker right away. And guess what? This first speaker will be speaking about is going to the foundation. He is going to the foundation of love. And that is what we call the science of love. Love as the foundation of faith, humanity, purpose, and destiny. And we have a seasoned coach that will be doing justice to this topic, the science of love, that is the foundation. So we are going to be welcoming Coach Jeff Oluwagbemiga. He is a multifaceted personality. He is a clinical and organizational psychologist, family enhancement coach, mental health advocate, and human capacity development consultant with over 25 years of experience in public health programming with INGOs in Nigeria. Jeff has impactful expertise in leadership, public health, emotional intelligence, family system, and mental well-being. Jeff's transformative work spans across personal, family, community, and national spheres, fostering a legacy of positive change. Jeff Oluwagbemiga is also the lead pastor of House of Torrential Grace Church, Abuja. He has been progressively married to Ayodele for 28 years with 3 amazing nations. Jeff has also authored 3 books, with the 4th waiting to be unveiled. What a powerful man. So we will be welcoming Coach Jeff Oluwagbemiga to speak to us on the science of love. Welcome, Coach. The floor is yours.
Good evening, everybody. It's great to be here. Thank you so much for having me. It's a good opportunity, and I'm not going to take it for granted. And thank you, everyone. Thank you, Coach Ife, for putting this together. Hi, everyone. Are we together? All right. So I'm going to share my slide, and then we take it off from there. Yes, my name is Jeff Oluwagbemiga, and you have heard. Let me know when you can see my slide. Just say, yes, I can see it.
Yes, I can, sir.
All right, great.
Yes, so we can see it.
All right, let me enlarge it. All right, so we start right away. The science of love. Is love science? Is love social science? Is love art? Is love, what is love exactly? I remember when we were growing up, I'm still growing up actually. We have never stopped growing. We go to parties and they ask you what's the meaning of love. And you say love is the feeling that you are going to feel something you have never felt before. We were so dumb those days. We thought we knew what love was. And we'll be happy that love is a feeling. It's not a feeling. Thank God that Coach Ife mentioned it. It's stronger than a feeling. Stronger than a feeling. So what's the foundation of faith, humanity, and purpose and destiny? So I'm going to be taking us around several things. So just bear with me. All right. So love is a decision. Try to bring this down. Love is that conscious, all-weather decision you make to continue to exhibit a positive attitude, affection, emotion, behavior towards your partner. Personalizing now, talking about you, another person. Then love encompasses a range of strong and positive emotional and mental states. And its expression ranges from good habits to deep interpersonal affection and simple pleasures. Now, let's bring it to the origin, the foundation. What actually made God to create the heaven and the earth is because he loved humanity, wanted to do something that has not been done before. And so he planted love in the heart of people. But when people came up, when people started growing and start having experiences, something different started showing up. And that's why love is one of the most misrepresented concepts in the universe. It's the most misrepresented. Somebody's eating, somebody's enjoying the other person and say, I'm doing it because I love her. I've heard girls say that when your fiancé is beating you because he loves you. How it's been bastardized. But today we're going to talk about how it's supposed to be and what is expected of us. All right, so we know that we have agape love, we have eros, we have filio, we have all those. I'm not going to all those today, but I just want to mention a few things about love as we go on. Now, psychology teaches us something called attachment theory. Attachment theory, simply put, means something you prefer to do, something that makes you a bit comfortable. Attachment theory can mean that you are when you are feeling well or when you are happy because there's somebody that you trust that beside you. And when you are not happy, the people around you don't trust them. And that happened when we start growing, we started attaching certain qualities to certain people. Some of us that were raised with house help, if you have a good house help that treated you well, you might become attached to that house help. That's why some house help even know about the child more than the mother and all those things. So attachment theory is just about you are attached to something. That's just it in a nutshell. So our faith in God is driven by love, and that's a form of attachment. Obedience obedience now becomes a devotion to God. Discipline becomes care, and service becomes joy. Now, this is the God that created us, that created love itself. So that's our allegiance to him, so to say, that is based on love. We cannot serve God if we don't love him. So if you don't love God, it's very difficult for you to love people because people are going to get you, people are going to drive you nuts, and you still need to tolerate and love them. All right, so psychologically speaking, people who experience secure love find it easier to trust God, trust people, forgive themselves and forgive others, and are gracious to other persons. Now, so what I'm trying to say here is that the deposit of God's love in us is what can power us to love ourselves and love other people. If we are not connected to original love, the foundation, it's going to be difficult for us to connect with ourselves. That's intrapersonal connection. then interpersonal connection will be difficult. A lot of us today find it difficult to live with other people because we haven't lived with ourselves yet. We have not even been able to connect ourselves. The self in you there's a detachment, and so it's difficult to trust other people. It's difficult to love them. I normally ask this question when I'm doing premarital classes: love and trust. Which one is the most important one? Can you love somebody without trusting them, or can you trust somebody without loving them? People will bring whatever thing that they want to say. Somebody's okay, if I love you means I trust you. Somebody says I can trust you, but I may not love you. But I want to say that if you can love somebody, then you should be able to trust them. But at the same time, you can love somebody and yet don't trust them. For example, there are some people that I like around me, but I can't deal with them when it has to do with money. I can do other things with them without looking back, but I can't when it's money, because in that area of their life, they have not developed love. So it's difficult for me to love them in that area. So I can't trust them with money, but I can trust them with other things, but I love them. So I leave that for you to be thinking. Love or trust? Which one comes first? Which one is the most important? All right, let's go. No. All right. So love is a science. The inbuilt body chemistry creates a very powerful force that takes over our entire system when you connect with someone. We often fall in love. Why do you think they use the word fall in love? Meanwhile, the Bible says stand in love. I didn't see fall in love in the Bible. I saw stand in love, because when you fall in love, they will trample over you. And that's what I've been seeing. They fall in love with our entire body. Why? The hormones like oxytocin, that's a love hormone, dopamine, the happy hormone, and others can set you up such that you will have brain suspension. People who are wonderful people in their place of work, people who are very sound as leaders in their career, in their business, when it comes to love, you just see them crashing like pack of car. What happened to that? Their IQ. The IQ they use, what happened to it? It's because when love takes over, it can actually mesmerize you. That's why we say that and go into love, go into relationship, but carry your mind, carry your brain with you. Don't just go with your mind. Don't fall in love with your mind. Take your brain along so that the rational part of you will still be alive. So the body chemistry is a leveler. I tell you that it's a leveler. That's why sometimes you see some people that they say people are falling into adultery, and you can't imagine that what are they looking for. You try to ask them, what is this person looking for? It's because the person got hijacked. Body chemistry hijacked him or hijacked her, and brain became suspended. So love is a science. But above all this body chemistry, the love of God can help us to sanitize what we need to sanitize, and to put in control what we need to put in control. If the love of God comes first in our life, body chemistry cannot drag us down if we put that love first, because we wouldn't want to do something that's going to jeopardize our relationship with the Heavenly Father. We won't. Love is a social science. Yeah. Love can manifest in different forms, such as romantic love, companionship, friendship, attraction, admiration, connectivity, and compassionate love, each with its own implications for relationship and societal structures. What am I saying here? Love is a connection. Love is a connecting point. Love is a connector. And when you are connected with people in a social environment, you see love in action. That people can go to any extent to even do what they need to do to get somebody out of trouble, or some people go to any extent to ensure that they do not betray the person that they love. It's a social connection. And anybody wants to get married, like I tell people, if you know you are a loner, you are an incurable loner, please don't attempt to get married. You're going to put somebody into trouble, and then the trouble can swallow both of you. If you know, be careful from your lonely life first before you bring somebody into that situation, because you cannot refuse to connect when you say you are in love. You must be able to connect socially. Is part of it. So the filial love that the Bible mentioned how to do with brotherly love and all the rest falls in within here. Then we have the agape love, which is the love of God. Love is also an art. You can see how beautiful this is. Love can be painted in different way, can be presented. When you see people write poem, I remember those days when that time there was no phone. When I was courting my wife, I would write love letter from Owerri, where I was serving, to Ibadan. About 5 or 6 letters every day. Letter must go. I'm going to post office. Write fine words, carefully curated words, just to put my mind down into writing, into written form. So love embodies creative expression, emotional depth, and the ability to inspire unique experiences and connection. So when we link this with God also, God wrote his word in the scriptures. And when now we're talking about God, nobody here has seen God before. We haven't. We only read what he wrote. Even what he wrote it through human beings. And we read those things and we love him. How did we come to love him? Through his writings. How did we come to believe in Jesus through what was written about him? Because love can be put down in words and then to make impact on you as if the person is actually there. That's why some of us, even the person that jilted you, that book with you, you still have their letter, you still have their chat, you went to archive their chat. And when you want to cry small, you now go there and open the chat and be reading. And the person has walked away. The person has started continuing his life. But they still live inside those words. Love is very powerful. All right. That's why when you say I love you to somebody, sometimes it can be what will make their day. When you say it genuinely and when they believe you genuinely. And that's why when you even say something that is wrong to people, negative words, the words of hatred, it can also make somebody to break down as if you have used armor or spear on them. So love is the work of art. Now, love works by EBA. I put the picture so that you not forget. EBA here means emotional bank account. Emotional bank account. This applies to God and applies to us. Every time that we put a deposit, when we do anything good to God or to people, we deposit something in that person's emotional bank account. Emotional bank account is the level of trust, goodwill, and emotional safety built in a relationship through consistent positive interaction. Consistent positive interaction. Don't forget that my definition of love talk about all weather. You have to be there at all time. A relationship through consistent positive interaction and depleted by negative ones. Now, if I have 5 million naira, I deposit in an account, I have the right to withdraw that money. But if I keep withdrawing and I'm not adding to it, the time will come, I will get to the ATM and the thing will tell me error. So when we relate with people, we must deposit into their emotion positive things. Look at this scripture that I did, this picture that I put here. I said, seek to understand. This is how you build emotional bank account. Seek to understand the person you are dealing with. So if you're relating with God, seek to understand God, seek to understand people. Then show them 24/7 commitment. That's how you drop people. That's how you fill your emotional bank account in the other person's account. Clarify their expectations. Clarify each other's expectations. What does he expect from you? What does she expect from? What does God expect from us? Every promise of God has a caveat. Every promise of God has a caveat to it. So when we are also dating or moving with people, there's always a caveat to every of those things. Then show concern for little things. Don't wait until someone's birthday. Like some people wait till Christmas before they go to church to go and greet Jesus on Christmas Day. December 25, every other day, or they go on Easter to go and greet him in the manger. Then on Christmas, they go and greet him on the cross. No, when we are dating with people, you are there 24/7. Then be courteous with requests. There's a way you request things from people that even if they have it, they will not give you. Such that there's a way you request things from God that he looks at you, think, what kind of child is this one? You understand? So in love, courtesy is very key. Then you must demonstrate integrity. That's the way you can build emotional bank account, a very formidable one in the life of people around you, in the life of your spouse or the person you are dating, or in your relationship with God Himself. All right. Love also works by ATM. ATM here is talking about, it's not the ATM machine. Why? It can also work by ATM machine, but something must lead to it. The first thing is appreciation. Your ability to see and place positive values. Don't forget, I just talked about emotional bank account. You can say you are building emotional bank account, and yet you are not putting value on the person. The person, some people will know that you are just trying to play around words with them. I mean, as a family coach, I've had to mediate in a whole lot of couples issues, that the man will beat the woman. After beating her, she will come back home with one beautiful bag, Gucci, Bugatti, I don't know the name of bags, Prada. After you are beating her, every beating comes with a gift, and that's the breadcrumbing until the woman will say, no, go away with your bag, stop beating me. So if you don't appreciate people, whatever thing you are giving them, if they are smart enough, they will know. If you are not blinded, we know that love is not blind, actually. If you think love is blind, marriage will open it. I mean, I've been there 28 years plus. By May to be 29. So I know what I'm talking about here. So it is about how sensitive you can be in seeing the gems in your partner and see opportunities rather than seeing problem. Then trust, that's the T. Make yourself trustworthy in every areas of your life. That's how your words will count. It's like somebody's calling you, or God is even trying to speak with you, and you are pretending as if you are not there. You think you can outplay God. Now, when it comes to fellow human being, for example, somebody maybe your fiancé or your wife gives you a call and say, Oni, where are you? You say, I'm somewhere by the mall. Which mall? And the mall. And there are about 16 malls in your locality. Which of the malls? You say, don't worry, you cut the line. Trust is eroding gradually. Make yourself trustworthy. Then model it. Be the first to model the way you want to be treated. Act it. Lead by example. Our God is doing that for us. God is leading by example. So we can't fault God. We can't. He's modeling. Bible says He loved us, even when we were sinners, He loved us first. He poured out His love towards us, even while we were in sin. And even went ahead and sent Jesus to die, and then He paid it for eternity. How else can He act it? He's leading by example. So you also must lead by example when it comes to the issue of love. Are we together? I hope you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. So what are the characteristics of love? Love is a ladder. It can take you from low to high. That's what it's supposed to do. But sometimes, for whatever reason, the rungs on the ladder can break and somebody can fall down on the love ladder, depending on how they have managed how they have managed the love relationship. Love is a river connecting people. A river that is flowing from Sokoto, can flow to Niger State, can flow around to Lagos, can flow everywhere. The same water linking people, connecting them. Love is a decision. Love is not accidental. It has to be a decision. It has to be intentional. You cannot just say, I fell in love accidentally. No. That's why I say don't fall in love. Stand in love. That's what the Bible says. Stand so that your eye go clear where. So love is a decision. You make up your mind that this is what I want to do. And when you are making a decision about love, you're actually judging somebody else. For example, you have 3 guys or 3 ladies that you think you love them, and at a point when you come to your real sense, that's okay. It's only Amaka that I think I can marry. So you have made a decision, Amaka, but you have judged Uloma, you have judged Ayo. So love is judgment too, and love must be intentional. You must be intentional. It's not a game. Love is not a game. Then love is a living thing. I remember when I was in Lagos, I started a youth singles and youth program then, 2006, 2005, called Love is a Living Thing. We did it up to 2013 when we finally relocated to Abuja. Then we started in Abuja too. Love is a living thing. And there's a concept that built around it. I'm going to present it next. Love is a living thing. And living thing have characteristics. Those of us that went to the kind of school I went, elementary school, we did something called Mr. Niger D. Mr. Niger D is the full story of the characteristics of living thing. So love is a living thing. Now, love can move, meaning, let me move this thing down. All right. Love is mobile. It can move to greater heights and it can change location. When there is no focus, love can meander and walk away. So if you are not tending love, the relation between you and God, if you are not tending it, if you are not productive about it, God can just leave you there. He has not forgotten you, he has not abandoned you, but he has other serious people. Just like if you are dating or you are in marriage or whatever, and you are not serious about the love can meander and just walk away because you are not serious. Some people have been dating somebody for 10 years. What dating for 10 years? What are you building? Skyscraper or what? You say, don't worry, next year. And I don't know how ladies can stay in a relationship 4 years, 5 years. He has not done anything. He has not brought anything. He still say, no worry, next year, and you are still there. That means that love should move. The idea is respiration. Love can respirate. It requires clean, unpolluted air to function effectively. Love can be choked when the atmosphere is polluted with negative words. So I say, let love breathe. You don't allow it to breathe. If you choke it, it will find breather somewhere. Don't forget that love can move. Then the end is nutrition. Love needs to be well fed with balanced diet of affection, appreciation, and unconditional positive regard. You must regard people for who they are. You must regard people for who they are. First of all, they are human beings. They need that respect first. Irritability. Love can feel irritated when taken for granted. It can become very uncomfortable when the partner becomes very insensitive. One of the greatest things that destroy marriage is insensitivity. Yes, it's not before it gets to money, get to sex, get to whatever. It is insensitivity. When you are not even sensitive that there's somebody in your life, you go to work, you come back 12 a.m. You don't even know there's somebody in the house, or you walk away as if you are the only person. Insensitivity kills relationship a lot. And so even between us and God, insensitivity can mar that relationship. And so when we are planning to leave a legacy in life, we cannot continue to be insensitive, either to God, even to yourself, and to other people. So growth. Love can grow and should be enabled to grow into maturity. Couples need to grow together and help each other grow. Growth should be together. In one of my books, I said that if people are going together, a couple, in the University of Marriage, that's the title of the book. If somebody fails a particular course, and maybe the wife failed that course of communication, and the husband passed the course of communication, both of you have to receipt it, because the failure of one person in that partnership will bring you also down to that failure. So growth should be together. And love is God is a God that encourages us to grow in love. Grow in love towards God and towards people. Love can excrete. Love has the ability to purge itself of metabolic waste, such as toxin, hurts, pain, etc., through the process called forgiveness. Forgiveness should be like a water treatment plant in marriage or in relationship, meaning that even though we ask people to forgive, excrete, just throw away all those rubbish, it should not be continuous. It should not be an habit that should be. God said we should forgive. God is a loving God and He forgives us, but He's not encouraging us to commit sin. There is grace, yes, but grace is not a license to continue to hurt God or hurt people. Grace is not the license to misbehave. Even though there's forgiveness, there is grace. We should not be insensitive and we should not misbehave. Reproduction. Love can easily and naturally beget more love. Love by nature doesn't beget hatred unless it's negatively mutated or have been genetically modified due to gross abuse, violence, and neglect. Love will naturally give back to love. We always give back to love unless it has been genetically modified or negatively mutated. That's why people that say they love each other can. The idea is death. Love can die, even though it's very resilient. It can die of asphyxia, misuse, consistent abuse, and total neglect. Love, even though it's very, very resilient, it can die of asphyxia, it can die of misuse, and it can die of constant abuse and neglect. Okay. All right, I'm rounding up now. What are the qualities of the God kind of love? We see it in 1 Corinthians, the entire chapter. I brought out 16 things from there. Love is patient. It is not accusatory or jump to hurtful conclusions. This is the love of God we are talking about here. This is the kind of love that we need to exhibit. Love demonstrates kindness and compassion. I didn't understand kindness the way I understand it now until I had this client, this couple who came around, and I just asked them, I just asked the woman a question. What are the 3 things that if your husband should do, this trouble will disappear? She said, number 1, kindness. Number 2, kindness. Number 3, kindness. Kindness. Is it that important? As she was talking, I quickly went online. What is kindness? I started reading about kindness. That's when I knew that somebody can be good and yet not be kind. A philanthropist is not necessarily kind. He is good, but not kind. Kindness is when you can even take part of what you need to give somebody because there's compassion. A philanthropist doesn't have to have compassion. People are philanthropists for different reasons. People are good for different reasons. But you must be kind and compassionate. Love is not envious of partner's progress. I know somebody who taught the wife certificate. They said because she's proud, she taught the certificate. That's crazy. That's crazy. I know somebody who sneaked to go and pay for exams. She will sneak to go and write exams so that she can enter university, so that I can do other things. She had to sneak out. She had to do it like it's a secrecy because the husband must not know. The husband never knew now that she's attending online university. That is not love. Love does not make hurtful and empty boast. We cannot tear people down with our words and we say we love them. No, God doesn't do that to us. Love is not proud. Love does not dishonor others. Love is not self-seeking. Love is not self-seeking. Can you hear me, please? I want to be sure. Hello?
Yes, sir, we can, sir.
Oh, all right, thank you. I'm also monitoring the internet. All right, good. Love is not proud. Does not boast, does not say what he cannot do. Love does not dishonor others. Love is not self-seeking or narcissistic. Now, this word now, like 5-10 years ago, we are not hearing about this word. Narcissist. It's a narcissist. Oh, my husband is this, my wife is this. That word came because a lot of things are happening in homes now, and people's selfishness is showing more than it had been showing before. That is not love. Love effectively manages anger. This is very key. If you love yourself, you manage your anger. For yourself first. For yourself first. Love does not keep database of wrongdoings. I know people that they have book where they write people's offense. They have it, it's listed by time, by date, and they write their loved one. In fact, some people, I'm a pastor, and I know that some people have told me before that they have issues with God. That God has offended. That is even written. God did not do this, not do this. So if God can be in their database of wrongdoing, how much more men? Love abhors evil doing and gaslighting of spouses or gaslighting of people. Love is honest and does not engage in breadcrumbing somebody that you claim to love. Love protects. Love is trusting and transparent. Love is hopeful and faith-filled. Love perseveres, and love never fails. You will not see in the Bible that love will die. You won't see in the Bible, because God does not expect his own kind of love to die. But when the love that we may God help us.
Wow. 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 This is a master class. And this is just the first speaker. My God. This is a lot, like a lot. I just really want you to type in the chat box. What stood out for you? Sincere, what stood out for you? Someone made mention of that nutrition part is okay. If something is not fed, it will die. Wow. You know, I met a couple, and the couple was telling me that I don't know, since we got married, I don't know I have to be doing anything. We are already married now. And the wife kept complaining, this thing, we are not growing. How do you define growth? Means that if something is not fed, it can die. I love it. What stood out for you? Thank you so much, Coach Jeff. That was so profound. I'm
Thank
still waiting
you.
for people to type, yes, the growth of one partner impacts the others. I really do agree. And you know, what's the opposite of growth now? If one party is not growing too, it actually impacts the other too. All right. Wow. I'm expecting lots of comments here. What stood out for you? What stood out for you as we are preparing to launch our second speaker with just one speaker, and we've written and written, we've been fed. What is shifting in your perspective? What are you taking with you from that teaching? I love it so much, sir. Thank you and thank you. When we get to a point in time where we need to discuss, I think I also like us to talk about the love and trust, right? Which you spoke about.
All right.
Which goes first? Can we have one without the other? Which one can we have without the other? All right, so we will talk about it. All right, thank you again, Coach Jeff. And very quickly, we'll be going to our second speaker because of our time also. Our second speaker will be talking to us about love as a society builder. That means love is a builder too. Love is a lot, really. Love is a builder too. Wow. So our speaker will be looking at how love shapes family, communities, leadership, and culture. And our speaker for this time is Coach Miracle. I'm sorry, let me just leave it at Coach Miracle. I wouldn't want to mispronounce your name, sir. All right, so Coach Miracle is a speaker, author, and a clinical psychologist, a life coach and spiritual shepherd with over a decade of experience working with individuals, family, and organization. He holds a degree in psychology and a master's in clinical psychology with additional professional trainings in leadership, family system engineering, trauma management, marriage and parenting, and cognitive behavioral therapy. He is the principal consultant of Life Affairs International, an integrated training, coaching, and counseling organization known for his engaging and thought-provoking style. He helps people gain clarity and move from where they are to where they desire to be. Wow. So people, let's welcome Coach Miracle to do justice to this topic, love as a society builder. Coach Miracle, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. So it's a good evening from here. And it's good to be here. Thank you very much, Coach Ife, for inviting me to be a part of this epoch-making event, right? To be talking about love at this time, it's very important, even though we celebrate Lovers Day like we put it every year in February. Not a lot of people actually understand what love is. In fact, somebody rightly said that love is the most used word, but maybe the most misunderstood word. And thank you, Coach Jeff, sir, for that beautiful session. I was listening and I learned a lot from the things that you shared. Please confirm you can hear me. If you can hear me, just tell me something in the chat box.
Yes, Coach Miracle, we can.
All right, beautiful. Okay, so let's get it rolling so that we can get this done as soon as possible. love as a society builder. That's what we want to talk about today. It's important to understand that societies do not just collapse first in structure, but in values, right? It is values that make people. In fact, I like to put it this way: people make societies, and societies turn around to make people. Yeah, but the society, it is people who infuse the values in society that then goes around to make people who they are. That's why somebody rightly said that if you take Nigerians to America and bring Americans to Nigeria, just in a very short while, Nigeria will become America, or like America, and America will become like Nigeria, because it is not a nation that makes people in that sense, it's people who make the nation. So societies are actually built on the backdrop of love, and it's very important for us to understand it. So before systems fail, relationships fail. Love is not just an emotion, right? It is a social force. And that's really what we want to establish today. We want to be able to, at the end of this session, convince you that love is not just an emotion, because a lot of people have only seen love as an emotion. And, maybe that's not the right way to see love. So what love is not, right? Love is not an emotion. It's not an emotion. Love produces emotions. Love produces feelings, but it is not primarily a feeling. You can't define love as a feeling, because feelings have three characteristics. Number one, feelings are fugacious. Number two, feelings are fleeting. Number three, feelings fly. They have wings. They are actually unstable. So if you base something permanent as love on a temporary emotion, then you will be making a very wrong mistake. So love is not an emotion, even though love produces emotion. Yeah, even though love produces emotion. Number two, love is not self-seeking. Love is not about what I can get, when I can get it. That's not what love is about. Love is not getting all you can all you get, and sitting on the can. Because for a lot of people, that's how they have defined love. That's how they relate with love. It's about what they can get, But love is all about giving, basically. Yeah, love receives, but love gives much more. Yeah. And then number three, love is not wicked. Yeah, I just decided to put this out there, because a lot of the time, people have had a misconception about love. And if you remember the song by Brick and Lace sometime in 2007, where they sang, "Love is wicked, love is wicked, love is wicked." A lot of people have actually, because that's really how values are shaped. That's how cultures are built, subtly, by passing conscious resistance, right? Cultures, and that's why before America does certain things, they would first of all begin to project those things through their movies, through their music and all of that. You begin to watch some things. For example, the reality of what we live in today, I think we watched in movies many years ago. Yeah, but we saw them as movies, but somehow they were actually shaping culture. They were shaping our mindset, our beliefs, our values. They were shaping our decisions, our attitudes, right? Those are our perception of ourselves, our perception of the world. Those things were happening, underneath those movies. And, many people, for example, have come to believe that love is wicked. Yeah, they have come to believe that the love is wicked. In fact, many people even would say that there's nothing like love. That's how bad it has gotten. Yeah, sometimes it is because of their own personal experience, and other times it's because of the experience of other people. Yeah, but all the same, love is not wicked. Love is a good virtue. It's a good thing that everyone should know and embrace. What then is love? Number one, love is sacrificial giving. Now, a lot of the time people say love is giving, but I think that there's an atom of sacrifice in love, because anybody can give. In fact, you can actually give without loving, but you cannot love without giving. Let me say that again. You can actually give without loving, but you can never love without giving. Yes. So love is sacrificial giving, not just giving. Not just giving, it is sacrificial giving. Love is not defined in convenience, it is defined in sacrifice. Yes, love is not defined in convenience, it is defined in sacrifice. Let me just throw this out there. Sometimes people ask me and say, how do I know somebody loves me? How do I know if this guy or this lady loves me? And I tell them, well, I don't know. I'm not God. It's only God that sees the heart. Man looks at outward appearance, so I really can't tell. So, and it's the same thing for you as well. You might not be able to tell if somebody loves you, because people can pretend all they want. But guess what? There's something that can help you many times to reveal if someone loves you or not. And that is what I call the litmus test of love. And that is sacrifice. To say, if anybody loves you, if someone loves you, they would be willing to, sacrifice for you, to go all the way for you. And you must understand that sacrifice is not measured in convenience. Again, I must say this: sacrifice is measured in inconvenience. To say that, for example, if giving gifts come natural for me, that will not be the test of my love for you, because I would give very easily to you and to any other person who I don't even love, for that matter. The test of my love for you would be in those areas of my life where I'm still struggling. I don't have I'm not very strong in those areas, or I have certain weaknesses. How willing I'm able to, or I try to make adjustments in those areas, would actually go a long way to speak to how much I love you. Yes. And it's the same thing for society, right? To say that if you love people, if you love your country, you would sacrifice for it. Number two, love is a choice. It's a decision. It's a decision. Love is more intentional than it is emotional. Love is more intentional than it is emotional. I feel like saying that one more time. Love is more intentional than it is emotional. Yes, it's not just emotions, butterfly in my tummy. Everybody who's been in a relationship or been married will tell you that those butterflies somehow develop wings. They're butterflies anyway, so their job is to fly, right? So it has to be more intentional than it is emotional. And number three, love is a decision. Now, this is me putting it all together, to consistently add value to other people without expecting anything in return. Let me say that again. Love is a decision to consistently add value to other people without expecting anything in return. Love is not give and take. Love is give and give. Yeah, that's what love is. Love is give and give. It's not give and take. Love is not symbiotic. Love is give and give. If you expect anything in return, then it's not love. Yeah. This reminds me of a quote by I think the name just skipped my mind right now, but an American president. Somebody can please remind me in the chat box who said this, because it's a very popular quote. Think not what your country can do for you, but think what you can do for your country. Right? So somebody should remind me in the chat box. So I'm sure that we are all scholars here. Who exactly said that quote. So love is actually a decision to consistently add value without expecting anything in return. I've not gotten the name of the person. Is anybody? John F. Kennedy, yeah. So it was one who said that. So, and number three, again, on number four, love is a choice to sacrificially give others without expecting reciprocation. Sacrificially giving without expecting reciprocation. And then number five, love is a decision to make a commitment towards another without expecting anything in return. To make a commitment, to say, I'm committing to the betterment of this person. I'm committing to the betterment of this environment. I'm committing to the betterment of this society without expecting anything in return, without expecting a thank you. To say, I'm not going to wait until they tell me thank you before I keep doing it, before I start doing it. If you do, then maybe it's not love. Yes. So why love builds a society? Number one, love promotes cooperation instead of competition. Yeah. Love promotes cooperation instead of competition. Love says what you are doing is an extension of my vision. It is not a competition to my vision. It's an extension to my vision. It's extending what I'm doing. For example, what Coach Ife is doing right here is an extension of my vision. It is, reaching people that might not be in my own space, right? That is an extension. So it's not a competition, and that's what love is about. It's about cooperation, to say that we are better together than apart. We are more powerful together than apart. That's what love is about. It promotes cooperation instead of competition. Number two, love encourages respect for human dignity. And we'll look at how this even applies to leadership and nation building. Because let me tell you the truth. The reason why Africa is mostly the way it is because there's a lack of love. Yeah, because when there's a lack of love, it shows in the value in human lives. Yeah, you won't see human beings as worth much. And once you don't see human beings as worth much, it will actually show in how you treat them, because perception determines reception. How you perceive people determines how you receive them. So it actually triggers down to the love factor at the end of the day. Number three, love strengthens trust and unity. Yes, where there's love, there's unity. Where there's love, there's trust as well. Number four, love reduces conflict, violence, and injustice. So this is why love builds a society. So let's quickly talk about love and the family. Love and the family. And this is important when talking about love as a society builder, because the family, even though the smallest unit of a society, is maybe the most important unit of society. In fact, I like to put it this way, that the family is the greatest nation there is on planet Earth. The greatest nation on earth is not the United Kingdom, neither is it the United States of America, neither is it Russia or China. The greatest nation on planet Earth, the most important nation on planet Earth, is your family. All the family. It is the family. And why? Because the family is the production factory of the society. The family is the production factory of the society. If you look at the human body, for example, you would see that there are 4 layers of the human body. There are systems, right? There are organs, there are tissues, and there are cells. Yeah. So a combination of cells make up tissues. A combination of tissues make up organs. A combination of organs make up systems. Yeah. But then we can't have systems without having cells. And that's why when there is a malfunction in a cell, when cells, grow apart, strangely, it's called cancer, for example, because cells are very important to the total structure and even well-being of a human being. So we could regard the family as the cell of the society. It is the smallest unit of the society, but maybe the most important unit of the society, because it is a production factory of the society. We have been told, for example, that there are 7 mountains of the world. There's a mountain of media. There's the mountain of religion. There's the mountain of education. There's the mountain of art and entertainment. There's a mountain of the family. And there's a mountain of business or economy, right? And there's a mountain of education. These are the 7 mountains of the world. Guess what? The family, the mountain of the family, is the only mountain that supplies raw materials to every other mountain. So if you have people in education, the family supplied it. If you have people in politics and in government, the family supplied it. If you have people in media, the family supplies it. If you have people in art and entertainment, the family supplied it. If you have people in religion, the family supplied it. Yeah, because everybody comes from a family. Nobody fell from the sky. Everybody came through a woman that was impregnated by a man. And God is so wonderful that He made it in such a way that one person, one gender or one is not sufficient enough to actually produce a child or a human being. So the ovary would always need the sperm. The sperm will always need an ovary. To say that it takes a collective effort of a man and a woman to birth another human being, right? Because God is trying to communicate the importance of family. Yeah, trying to communicate the importance of family. So family is very, very critical. That's why if somebody misbehaves, one of the first questions we ask them is, what family are you from? Or when we want to gossip about them, we say, what family is this person from? Who is the father of this person? Who is the mother of this person? Doesn't this person have a family? Doesn't this person have siblings? Yeah. For example, the other day, there was this trend that was going on social media. I think it was called Shakira trend or something like that, where young people, 21, 19, 22, 23, 24, 25. I'm not sure I saw anybody who was in their 30s who participated in that challenge, right? These were people who were not people putting their nudes for them. They were the ones putting their nudes online in video. Some of them will even include scenes of sexual intercourse between them and another person in those videos, right? And one of the first questions that came to my mind as I, saw some of those trends was, who are the parents of these people? Where is the family of these people? Because we expect that when people have families, there's a limit to what they can do. When people have families, it actually brings a bit of constraint. So the family is the strongest unit of the society. So it means that if we create strong families, we create strong societies. If we create strong families, we create strong societies. So strong families create strong societies. Yeah. And love is the bedrock, is the foundation for building a strong family. Love is the very foundation. A family where there is no love would suffer in every ramification. Yeah, a lot of the times people ask this question. It's a very popular question, and that question is, love enough? Some people have said, "Oh, love is not enough." Some people have said, "Love is enough." But now the truth is that I'm not for, I'm not against. I believe love is enough, and I believe love is not enough, right? But the most important thing is that with love would even come other, for example, if there are other ingredients that are needed to build a family, to grow a family, when there is love, there's a desire for knowledge. Just like I think it was Dr. Miles Monroe who said that the most important ingredient in building a marriage or a relationship is knowledge. But when there's love, there's a desire to know more. There's a desire to grow. There's a desire to get better, so that you can that you can add or constantly add value to your partner. So love is at the very foundation of the family. Love is at the very foundation of the family. So it is very important that we bring love back to the family. It sounds very strange that we'll be talking about bringing love, because it seems like, families should be synonymous to love. But I can tell you for free that a lot of families are devoid of love. In a lot of families, there is no love. There is no love. There's no love. There's no love. You see in how they talk to themselves. You see in how they treat themselves. And you wonder, do these people actually love themselves? Because let me tell you, love is seeking the highest good of a person. Love is seeking the highest good of a person. To say, if I love a person, I'm going to seek their highest good. I'm going to seek their highest good. I'm going to do whatever I can for their best interest. That's what love is about. So when there is love, you would see play out in how we relate with each other in the family. We will seek our partner's highest good. For example, a man cannot say he loves his wife and then, deprives her of improving herself or making money if she wants to for herself. You can't say you really love your wife if you do that, because love will seek the highest good, to say, what's the highest good of this person? How can I contribute to make that happen? That's what love is about. Love is not fictitious. Love is not, an idea you have in your head. It's not a theme. No, it's actually a concept. It's actually a rule. It's actually a force that one can employ to change things, to positively affect the lives of other people. Yeah. So let's then talk about love and leadership. Love and leadership. Or if you can also say love and nation building, as the case may be, to say that love is pivotal in nation building. It is a critical factor in nation building and in leadership. If we do case studies of countries, you would see that one of the major, let's say a third world country and a first world country, you realize that one of the major things, one of the major differences, one of the major factors that is differentiating factor for both countries would be love, would be the ingredient of love. Again, remember, love is not an emotion. So when we say love, don't think about it as a man loving a woman. Yes, that is there. But now is a factor of saying, how can I get my people's lives better? How can I make the people around me better? How can I make the citizens of this country, as a leader, as an office holder, how can I make the lives of other people better? You realize that one major factor with first world countries is the value for lives, the value for human life. They value human life. In fact, they even value animal life. To say that you can't even be caught in certain countries strangling animals, killing them in a certain type of way. Even using them for experiments is prohibited in certain countries, or you have to go through a process to be able to do that because of their value for human life and even animal life, like I said. But if you come to third world countries, you will see that there's no value for human life. There's no value for human life. There's value for human life. And it speaks to the factor of love. To say love is devoid in the leadership of many African countries and third world countries, which is why, and it plays out and shows in the livelihood of a citizenry, because there is no love. So love actually builds a society, and lack of love destroys it. Love builds a society, lack of love destroys it. Love builds a nation, lack of love destroys it. Love builds a country, lack of love destroys it. Yeah, it is very, very, very important factor. And to drive this home so that you don't begin to think about politicians here and say, yeah, that's true. What you're saying is true. You see politicians, yeah, but you need to ask yourself, because everybody listening to me right here has influence over, you have influence over at least 12 people. There are at least 12 people in your life right now that you have influence over. That if you say something, they will listen to you. It will make an impact. It will make an impression. So the question would now be, how are you treating those people? Because many times when one finger is pointing at others, four is pointing back at you. Yeah, people, yeah, office holders, national leaders are leading at the national scale, at the local government scale, at the state level. But you are also leading at a level. How are you treating your wife? How are you treating your husband? How are you treating your children? How are you treating your siblings, especially your younger siblings? It says a lot about your love life. Yes, it says a lot about your love life. It says a lot about how much you have actually imbibed the value of love. Because love is not just, a thing, like I said, or a feeling. It is actually a skill we can learn. It is actually a skill we can imbibe, to say, I'm going to love people. I'm going to seek their highest good. I'm going to seek their highest good, right? And then I'll round off with love and entrepreneurship. Yeah, love and entrepreneurship. How does love affect entrepreneurship, you might ask? I'm about to tell you. Now, these two people you can see on my screen, the one on the left side is Bill Gates, the one on the right is Mark Zuckerberg. Now, of course, I'm sure we all know their story. But if you look at the stories intricately, you realize that their wealth, their businesses were motivated by love. Yes, we're motivated by love. How did Microsoft come about? Bill Gates said, I want to put a computer on the desk of every family in the United States of America. What else is love if not that? He wasn't motivated by wealth. He wasn't motivated by money. He didn't say, I want to be the richest man in the world. If they had told him when he had that vision there was going to be the richest man, he would never believe. He would never believe that he would one day become the richest man in the world. But he was motivated by love. I just want to put a computer on the desk of every family. That is my motivation. Right? you realize that a lot of us, yeah, we have goals. I want to be a billionaire. I want to be the richest man in the world. I want to be the richest man in my family. See, why all of that? While it's not bad, that's all ambition. You must replace that with vision, because vision is motivated by love. Ambition is motivated by selfishness. It's about you and you, but vision is motivated by how much I can be a blessing to other people. That is why if you look at the companies if you look at the vision rather of companies that are doing well, you realize that a lot of those companies, especially in first world countries, and their vision are never about being the biggest, being the largest, being the first. We only have that in Nigeria and a lot of other small countries, where our vision is motivated by how much we can oppress other people, how much we can be the biggest, how much we can be the first, how much we can be the longest, how much we can be the highest. That's what concerns us. But for them, for example, what's the vision of Google? Oh, to provide, I'm paraphrasing now, to provide you with any information that you need at the click of a finger. That's their vision. It's not about being the first, being the highest, information provider in the world. No, it is motivated by solving a need, meeting a need. It's motivated by a motive of love. That's what it's about, adding value. Not about being they are not concerned about being the first or being the highest in that sense. But guess what? When your motivation is love, every other thing will be added to you. When your motivation is love, every other thing will be added to you. When your motivation is meeting the needs of other people, your needs will also be met. Yeah, because a pipe that supplies water cannot but be wet itself. It doesn't have a choice. It's going to be wet, right? So your needs will be met when you are motivated by meeting the needs of other people. But when we leave college, how are we going to keep in touch with each other? How are we going to make sure that we don't lose track? Okay, let me create an app. Let me create something that can help us rather to keep in touch with each other. And Facebook was born, and the rest, says history. It was motivated solely by a heart of love, by a heart of adding value, meeting a need. That is what bettered that, right? It wasn't because, you wanted to be a billionaire or you wanted to be the richest man in the world. No, it was about meeting needs. It was about love. It was about love. And I put it to you, if you were a business person or an entrepreneur, let your motive be about adding value. Let your motive be about love, about building other people, right? Because that's what matters at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, what will matter is not how much money you have in your bank account. What will matter is how much lives you've built, how much lives you've affected, how much lives that you've influenced. That's what will matter at the end of the day. That's why I usually like to say that there's a difference between success and significance, because you can be successful and never be significant. Success is about how much you have in your bank account or how much you have acquired, how much you've accumulated. Why significance is measured by how much you have distributed. That's the difference between success and significance. So it's important to be motivated by love in your endeavors, to say, how am I going to meet needs? Even if you don't have a business, for example, you work in an organization, to say, how can I really meet the needs of the people? How can I, help my colleagues to do their jobs better? How can I ease the stress of my employer? Because that's what even employers are looking for. Employers are looking for people who will help them increase turnover, people who will help them save more money, and people who would actually reduce the burden on them. Those are the things employers are looking for. If you can do any of these three, you will be an asset consistently to anybody who employs you. If you can help them save more money, if you can help them make more money, or you can help them reduce the burden, on them, they would always be sought after. So, as I round up tonight, it's important to practice love intentionally. Yeah, not just to have it as an idea. No, but see, I'm going to practice love intentionally. I'm going to make sure, I developed a mantra many years ago, and I wrote it somewhere on a sticky, a note, a sticky note, and put it, it was not a sticky note actually, but it was one of those cards, small cards, and I put it somewhere in my wallet, somewhere I will always get a seat. And what was that? In fact, I said that there were 6 things I was going to do daily. And one of those things was I was going to leave everyone I met better than I met them. Everyone I found better than I found them. That was going to be my philosophy for life. That was going to be my modus operandi. So we want to practice love intentionally. Yeah. We want to model love in family, at work, and in the community. You want to build systems and policies that are rooted in love. Yeah. Because love seeks the highest good of other people. Yeah. Love puts other people's needs even higher than ours sometimes. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe with these few points of mine, I'll be able to convince you and not to confuse you that love is a society builder and something that you should imbibe as a value and a working principle in all your endeavors. Thank you very much.
Wow. Wow. Another dose. Coach Miracle. So I was thinking while you were speaking, and I'm like, I'm actually still trying to just make a living for myself. I'm trying to, get it in life. And you are saying I should look beyond myself and begin to think about others. How do you think I can achieve this, Coach Miracle?
Practice, they say, makes permanent. So you can start, taking one step at a time. You don't have to, it starts from your environment, the people around you. Can you start putting them first, right? Can you start practicing putting other people first sometimes to say, okay, yes, I'm going to start putting, if it's my husband, for example, my children, if it is, somebody out there who looks up to me, somebody who doesn't maybe even have as much as I do. Let me put them out. Let me put them first. Let me see how I can add value to them. It starts by practice. And you realize, because a lot of the reasons why people are selfish is because that's what they have practiced all their lives. They have practiced selfishness. In fact, they have seen selfishness. Selfishness has been modeled to them. So they have grown up to now see selfishness as a normal way of life. So if you want to behave differently, if you want to behave differently, you start practicing differently. You just start saying, okay, I'm really going to start practicing selflessness. I'm really going to start practicing love in the little ways that I can. And then that will then culminate into bigger ways of expressing that selflessness.
Thank you so much, Coach Miracle. I just needed to quickly ask that, because while you were speaking, that was what was just going through my mind. And I really want to appreciate you for this session. When people see the Love Conference, they think, oh, we are coming to talk about our love life, always relationship, but going to be beyond and taking it to society, taking it to looking beyond yourself. You even went ahead to, our entrepreneurial spirit. Love is not, I had to quickly write that down. All right, let me read. Love promotes cooperation instead of competition. And I really, really do love that so much. So please just, can we have a round of applause for Coach Miracle? He really, really did just, in fact, I was just thinking, and I'm already seeing the next step I would take, after this meeting myself, the people I would call. I'm sorry if I've not been doing enough, if I've, just been soaked in what I'm going through, if I'm unable to look beyond myself. And I'm going to ask for more opportunity and grace to do that more. Thank you so much, Coach Miracle. I really, really do love that. I want you to just write something. Yes, love is seeking the highest good of others. Is seeking the highest good of others. I love it so much. That it's love cannot be selfish. Love is sacrificial. Love is sacrificial. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I need more comments on the group. And we are going to be opening the floor also for whoever wants to say something they've learned thus far, right, from speaker 1 and speaker 2, right? Someone is raising, okay, she's clapping. Kemi Yosola, do you want to say something? you have learned from speaker one, speaker two, and what you'll be taking with you from this session. We still have other speakers, but very quickly, let's do that. If perhaps also you really do have a question very fast, can we have that? Can you unmute? Okay.
I don't have a question. I'm just blessed by the simplicity of their delivery and the truth therein. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much to both of you.
Thank you, Kemi, for that comment. In fact, it's a lot. It's what someone has to sit down and begin to think about all of these things. Am I, selfish? Am I kind? Coach Jeff was saying the other time that you can be good and not kind. I'm like, okay, good and not kind. Have we been good and not kind? So even if we've heard some things like this before, is what we need to reflect on again to see if we're on the right track. We don't just want to gather knowledge. We want to live what we know. Scripture says, and the word became flesh, and the word became flesh, that people will see, and that what we are speaking is also what we are living. And we are trusting God really to help us. Okay, so very quickly, if we do not have any other person that wants to say one or two things, or should I call names? Adebisadini, do you have anything to say? Bishop, Ebere, Elizabeth, Itoro, Jacob, Modupeola, Shiju Adebalogun, are you still with us? I want you to say something. If you don't want to speak, you can just type it in the chat box so that we will know you are flowing with us and you are learning something before we go to our third speaker. And our third speaker will be Dr. Francis Additional. Okay, so before I begin to read about him, do you have anybody that wants to say something? Okay, in the absence of none, let's move quickly then so that we can learn more. All right, it's never too much. Okay, so Dr. Francis Additional will be speaking on where love really begins. Where love really begins, that is self-love, identity, healing, and inner work. I even like this because we've been speaking on, characteristics of love. How do I build this love on the inside of me? How do I begin to think that, no, this life is beyond me? Let me begin to look at others too. Let me be blessings to others. How do I, get that from within me? So, and I believe Dr. Francis Additional will be speaking to us on this self-love, identity, healing, and inner work. All right, let me quickly read Dr. Francis Additional's profile. He is an icon. I really have to calm down to pronounce this. Iconoclast. What does that mean? Give me a minute. I want to know what I'm. Okay. Okay. A person who attacks or criticizes cherished beliefs or institution. Wow, I like this. They say you are the people that shake table. Okay, we are here for you, sir. Okay, a life and brand / business strategist, an industry disruptor, a builder, and a reformer. He is a Cisco certified EdTech expert, founding partner, director, and lead strategist at Migo Mobile, a Slovakian-based technological manufacturing company. He is also an award-winning international illustrator, an Amazon best-selling international author, a renowned publisher, and a TEDx speaker. He is a founding member of the Forbes BLK, the Black Excellence Society, a global community of Black entrepreneurs, professionals, leaders, and creators who are driving systematic change and shaping cultures globally in business and society. He sees the future so clearly that it seems his life lives out of a novel. He believes all dreams are ours, where great brands can be ours, where great brands can be mined when our minds are deliberately, right, put to work. After this, after this meeting, I'm really going to ask Coach Ife, how were you able to get, these are profound and solid people, and we do not take this for granted, Coach Ife, for you to be able to bring these people together to speak to us. So, Dr. Adeshino, we welcome you and we would love to hear from you. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone from Nigeria. I just shared my slide with Mrs. Ife. Hello? I've shared. Can you see it?
Okay, yes, I'm looking at it now. Would get it across.
Okay. First of all, I just want to commend my sister, my childhood friend. I just want to say big thank you for pointing out what you carry, your content. You know, sometimes we carry so much, but we're not bold enough to share them. So this is love. We have a lot to share today. I have so much to share, and I know I have limited time. Most of the time burdened with the passion of preparing too much. My wife will say, "She is just this." But for me, I will always tell her that I don't prepare for an event. I prepare for a lifetime, because materials like this, for me, is also a privilege to be called to serve. So each time I have opportunities to serve like this, I actually want to pour everything that I have. I desire to die empty. So any opportunity I have to share, I give it my all. I give it my best.
Thank you.
Today, I'll be talking about where love really begins. Before I start, to everybody on this platform, I just want to say congratulations for witnessing something that is legendary. Now I'm talking from the place of what Mrs. Ife Bisala has done. I believe strongly that this is a seed that is pregnant with the forest. I believe is more than this one-time event. And I believe strongly that it is a platform that will transform lives, prepare life for generations. It simply means that for the mere fact that you're on this platform right now is not a coincidence. You're destined to be here because you're pregnant with something that is beyond you, beyond your generation, and generations to come. Sometimes little things make big things happen. Most of the time, casual things, something that you will not really put so much thought or invest so much in, turns out to be something where many generations will be transformed. That's why I'm congratulating you. I'm also congratulating everyone that is part of this. My assignment is to talk about where love really begins. So I subtitled it The Power of Self-Love. I also want to say a big thank you to every speaker, from speaker 1 to speaker 2. I joined just a few minutes ago, and I just want to say thank you. Please help me move to the next slide. I would like to give you a glimpse of how I converse. Don't let me use the word teach. I know there are a lot of people here that I'm also going to learn from, or that are capable of teaching me and putting me on the right path. So let me call it conversation. There are 3 levels of learning. The first level of learning, as we know it, is called academics. So I'll be speaking through this lens. Academics is where knowledge is shared within the walls of a classroom. And most of the time, the learning comes from what we call curriculum. It means somebody has materials of knowledge, researched, and it is subjected to be approved. And while approved, it's called curriculum, and it is now shared. The second level of learning that I'll be speaking through is called educado. Educado occurs within the worlds of the mind, where man learns from nature or learns the ways of the Creator. This kind of learning is disruptive. Most of those that have led this school of learning are dropouts from academics. Simply put, they learn directly from nature, not from documented materials, which most of the time are expired before they are deployed. The second level of learning is revelation. It is that kind of learning that man learns from the Creator. It is not something you research. It is always a gift. I'll also speak through this lens. I will try all my best to give you the best that I can give. I've done a lot researching on this, and it is something that I have practiced over the years. But coming for this, I went back to do more research. I know the time will not be enough for what I want to teach, but one good thing about me, I keep to time. Let us have the next slide, please. I want to start with this story. Oprah Winfrey, I picked her story because it's somebody that we all know. Most of us know her. How she moved from being seriously abused by her mother's husband severally. She lived a childhood that lacked love. Her story will be shared in such a way that it will kind of frame what we want to discuss this evening. She made this statement before millions of viewers across the nations of the earth in our show. This is a big deal then because her viewers loved her so much, and their desire is that one day she will be married. She's also disturbed doing all the searches. But on that show that very day, she made this declaration coming from her heart: I don't need to be married to be complete. Why did I start with this story? Most of the time when we talk about love, the first thing we think about is a companion. And at the extreme, we think about marriage. Please, the next slide. Let's move to the next slide. The most important pursuit in life is the pursuit of total singleness, the ability to be single. I know you won't agree with me, but I will do all my best to ensure that we come on the same page with this quote. The most important pursuit in life is the pursuit to be totally single. Let us move to the next slide. There are two types of singleness. The first type of singleness is what I call aloneness. The second type of singleness is what I call loneliness. Let us move to the next slide. Aloneness is the ability to be alone, yet complete, yet full, yet joyful. Aloneness is curated by self-love. Let us move to the next slide, please. While loneliness is the ability to be, is the state where you're heartbroken, it is the wretchedness of your singleness that is curated by that is curated by it is the wretchedness of your being broken, rejected, dejected. Let's move to the next slide. It is the state where people long for love, long for completeness. It is curated by self-hate, absolute self-hate. How did Oprah move from loneliness, that state of being rejected, the wretchedness of our emptiness of love, that qualifies her to act, react, think from the place of hatred and see the world as a wicked place? If you know her story very well, she successfully moved and evolved into one of the most generous humans alive. Let us move to the next slide. The big question, are we born with love? Or do we learn it? I want you to ponder on this. I want you to think about this for a while. Are we born with love or do we learn it? I know the first speaker and the second speaker will have done justice with trying to explain what love is and what love is not. Types of love, maybe. But our focus here is self-love. Oprah's answer, despite what she went through, I had to unlearn it, unlearn the lovelessness I was taught, and relearn how to love myself first. Every adult is living out the love they received or didn't receive. I want you to go down memory lane and reflect. You can as well complete this sentence. The love I didn't receive as a child was, think about it. Ponder on it. Those faces, those moments, those scenarios. As you ponder on it, try and feel those blank spaces. Let's move to the next one. Okay, the second question, please go back, please. The second question there is, I'm trying to move fast. The love I'm now going to give myself is, maybe I should share this story. I was born in Kano, 9 years in Kano. So, Naji Hausa sosai, Naji makaranta Kano. Ubana, Uwana, so you come in 26, 25 years in Kano. It simply means I grew up in Kano. My father, my mom spent like average, maybe like 25 years in Kano. So I grew up in Kano. I can remember many years we would go out of the house without our parents knowing. We'll go deep into the bush trying to get bush rats with our Hausa neighbors. So we'll go deep into the forest. They were older, but we were adventurous. So as we killed those bush rats or bush meat, so at the point of cooking it, they will give us the head. And imagine bush meat. They'll give us the head to eat, and they will eat the good part of it. I don't know those memories that you can count on, that you can remember. I know some most likely have gone through one scenario. Just fill in the gap. If you escalate that story into other parts, I know you'll have a lot. So what your singleness is the foundation of all relationships. Let us move to the next slide, please. Your singleness, simply put, your singleness is the foundation of all relationships, whether personal, social, or professional. So the relationship between you and your boss, the relationship within your family, your father, your mother, your sister, your brother, the relationship, your neighbor, and those you interact with, maybe in business, in your religious circle, are products that are predetermined, or simply put, your singleness determines the quality of your relationship, your singleness. So singleness can be equals to self-love. It can also be equals to self-hatred or self-hate. Let's move to the next slide. Before I define the concept self-love, I want us to just take a breath and relax. I don't know, maybe I've been rushing. I really want to connect with you guys. But this topic that I'm sharing, that I'm discussing with you, will determine everything. So I just want you to just follow me. If I'm too fast, just let me know. You understand? So let's move on. This concept is called the inside out concept of life. It is a law. It states that everything that exists in life first existed or exists within our minds before it is manifested outside. So also love. You can't give the love you don't have. There are also other concepts that can also explain what I'm trying to push. Let us move to the next slide. So some other people call it hermetic principle. And it says, as above, so below, as within, so without. It simply means that nothing exists externally without its source. The environment we see today is somebody's inner environment before it is poured out through the channel of creativity. So also love. Another principle that also builds on what I want to share is mindfulness and manifestation. The idea that our thoughts, intentions, mindsets shape our experiences and reality. Simply put, the love you miss or the love you lack most of the time is predetermined. It could also be seen through the lens of what we call systems thinking, understanding that internal dynamics and relationship within a system influence its external behavior and outcomes. Please let us move to the next slide. Thank you so much. So the key idea is that the most important relationship in life is not an interpersonal relationship. It is not external relationship, which focuses on getting along with others. Instead, the most important relationship you can ever have is intrapersonal relationship, which means the relationship you have with yourself. Let us move to the next slide. So, key idea. Your first and most crucial relationship should be with yourself, not with other people. So self-knowledge is key to all relationship. Who are you? So the most important person to know is yourself. Let us move to the next slide because of our time. So what is self-love? Let's move to the next slide. It is the state of being totally in love with yourself first. So self-love is the fullness of completeness of self. You can also, if you want to go spiritual, you can also say it is the love in appreciation of divine treasurable deposit in you. But you sense. Can you still hear me?
We lost you for a while.
Okay. So I hope I'm making sense.
A lot.
I love to connect with those that I'm speaking with. So self-love is the totality and the quality of love you bring into any relationship. A great relationship is where love is shared, not primarily expected to be received. You know, people come into relationship because of what they want to get. Rather, relationship is designed for sharing. So you can't come into marriage with half full of a cup or half empty cup. You need to come in with a full cup. If not, there'll be chaos. So marriage is not where you find love. Marriage is not where you are completed or complete. Marriage is not a platform where you come with a half cup. Like I said, that's the picture of my wife. I had to put this in because I started with the story of Oprah Winfrey so that you will not have the mindset that I want to push an agenda. Hope I'm making sense. Because we live in a world where there are a whole lot of misconception, misinterpretation, and many more. So that's my wife. What I'm saying is self-love is the state of being complete, full, and living in a state where you absolutely love yourself and you are not looking for any other relationship to help you love you. So if you are loaded with self-love, you cannot experience heartbreak. So as we move, what are the pathways to self-love? The first pathway to self-love is self-discovery. Like I said, you cannot love what you don't know. So you cannot love yourself if you don't know you. So the ability to invest in researching, in sitting down with yourself to know your weakness so that you know what to manage, what to upskill, the skills you need, your purpose and your calling in life, and what you need to make that happen, the relationship you need to build. If you don't know that, and if you don't know the deposit of value that is in you, you cannot love you. So that is the first step to self-love. Then self-source. Nobody loves what is not what lacks what. Everybody wants to love entities of value. So your self-source, where you are from, determines your value. If you break diamonds into pieces, the pieces remains diamonds, and those pieces retains the value of its source. What is your source? For me, my source is the creator of all the universe. He owns everything and every being. He has the capacity to create anything. And because I'm outsourced or I'm sourced from that source, then I also carry that value. This is why I love myself. What is self-worth? Self-worth is determined by your source value. It means you what exactly your source. If you break rocks, ordinary stones, into pieces, and you take the pieces where they sell expensive, precious stones, it will be as worthless as its source. So the worth is an extension of your self-source. Then the fourth pathway is self-esteem. Some people have low self-esteem. Why? Because they either missed who their source is, or maybe their source, for the mere fact that you're a human, you are valuable. The same way we are going through these keys as pathways to finding self-love, there are also reasons why you should love yourself. So self-esteem is the estimation of your self-worth. Your ability to estimate your worth is what we call self-esteem. The ability to always refresh your track records, what you have done, what you have achieved. So if you have not achieved as much as you desire, you still have time to deliberately do that. Because of our time, we just have to move on. Then we have self-concept. Self-concept is the image of value that defines who you are. Then self-identity is who you are and what you stand for. Then we now have self-value. Self-value is the total aggregate of estimation of all these 7 keys that I've explained. People relate with you based on the self-value that you have put up. So what is self-love manifestations? Definitely won't go all through all, but I have 10. Let's move to the next slide, please. The first one is self-confidence. Your ability to walk into any space boldly. It is what exudes from the validation of your self-love. Self-respect is what you do to yourself, how you carry yourself, how you manage yourself because of how you love yourself. You can't claim that you self-respect. You have self-respect for yourself if you smoke to damage your lungs. One of my goals is that I will always look 20 to 30 years younger than my real age. And I do everything to ensure that happens. That's self-respect. I avoid eating some stuffs, avoid drinking some stuffs, avoid going to some places. Self-respect. Self-assurance, your ability to always assure yourself that you are valuable. I've had many encounters, if I'll break into the realms of the spiritual, that make me so bold. Many encounters. And consciously and unconsciously, I speak from that dimension. And I always assure myself, go through the documentations of those encounters, and that shapes my reality. Self-assertiveness. Do you know that the security of self-lovers threatens the insecurity of self-haters? Most people self-hate and they are not aware of it. One of the fastest tests of it is when a self-lover comes with a bold declaration of affirmation or exude a level of assertiveness. The person that is low on self-love might be threatened, feel bullied, and tag a self-lover a proud individual. They're assertive. They charge silly in business. They don't care if you pay for it, it's to your loss. That you don't have me on your board is to your loss, because I know what I carry. And it flows naturally. I'm not shy to say so. The Creator created everything, and He said, this is beautiful. Affirming the works of His hands. The ability to do that without borders, without barrier, as a lifestyle. Please let me know how many minutes that I have. We have self-value, self-values. That means your core values. The core values that guide or restrain the way you, 5 more minutes, determine is a function or the evidence of your self-love or self-hate. Then self-investing. If you love yourself so much, you would deliberately invest in yourself. If you love yourself so much, you will self-forgive yourself. You'll be self-forgiven. Let's move to the next line. Let's move to the next slide, please. Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Mujin, what's happening?
Next slide, please.
Okay. Yeah, I said one manifestation of self-love is that you're self-forgiving. Most mental health challenges are product of unforgiveness, self-unforgiveness. There's a law of forgiveness that says you are mentally healthy to the measure that you can freely forgive and forget grievances that others have committed against you. Let's move to the next slide. I will have dwelled on this, but this is the pathway to healing, especially when it has to do with mental health. So the core message is, how do you know if you actually love yourself? The evidences are those that I've shown. Let's move to the next slide. So what is the ultimate purpose of self-love? Let's move to the next slide. The ultimate purpose of self-love is influence. What is influence? Let's move to the next slide. I would have loved to share so many stories, but because of our time, influence is the capacity to impact one's environment or space, people, and circumstances through your presence, your performance, your personality, competence, or mastery. It will interest you to note that these 4 pillars of influence are products of your inner self, and they are the outflow of your self-love, your presence. What is your presence? Let's move to the next slide. Your presence is the aura you create that naturally flows out of you into the space you find yourself. If you can think and look at those that you know, there are people you know when they step into your space, They steal the joy in that space. And when some people step in, they are the life wire. They bring light. Looking at the life of Mandela, his performance, 27 years of choosing forgiveness over bitterness that spoke louder than words. He showed that without limit. Let's move. His personality. What is personality? Personality is that ability that is in you, that determines your personal reality. Personality is that ability resident in you. And what shapes that? How you think, how you feel, and how you act or react to what people do externally to you. So if we look at the life of Mandela, his personality was so awesome that he even treated those in charge of the prisons, he treated them well. My father once told me that no matter how badly an orange is crushed, smashed, it won't bring out bitter juice because of how it is smashed. It will always bring out its content. Competence, his deep understanding of law. What do you know? What skills? Your ability to step up the games of what your skills, especially when it is in line with your purpose and your calling. For Mandela, it was law, politics, human nature made him formidable. Let us move to the next slide. Core message. You cannot influence a world you haven't first influenced yourself in. I want that to sink in. It simply means you cannot influence others if you have not first influenced yourself in that environment. Let us move to the next slide. So take away. Here's the secret. All four pillars were built in private, in his singleness, in a cell, aloneness. He became single in the truest sense, whole, complete, not needing external validation. And paradoxically, that's what made millions want to follow him. What have you gone through? What are those challenges? None are excuses. So the best of us is made in secret places of singleness. Let us move. The best of you. So no matter the state you are, you can go inside of you and reprogram. So you're closed. So what I want you to do now is just close your eyes. Close your eyes. Place your hand on your chest or your heart. That's the left part of your chest. And say these words, I choose me. Why? Because I am enough. I am whole. And from this wholeness, I will love the world. As you do that, with a sense of commitment, you can open your eyes. So let's build a life worthy of who you really are. Let's move to the next slide. Before I close, I want you to know that you're special, that your creator is priceless, and he will not waste his time creating humans that are worthless. Whatsoever has pushed you down, ruffled what you call the best of you, the true story is you can walk into yourself and restart. Thank you so much.
Wow. Wow. I sincerely do not even know what to say. So, someone wrote on the group that, I wish this conference will not stop. never ends. Same here. This is thought-provoking. Yes. Thank you for that. You love this presentation. Yes. Yes. Wow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We've
Let's
understood from the first two speakers. You wanted to say something, Coach Francis?
actually let us give a big round of applause to Mrs. Ife Aribisala for
Yes.
putting this
Thank you.
together.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. It is so profound. All right. Maybe, we heard from the first two speakers how love build, how love is kind. And now this is letting us understand that it actually begins from us. If you don't have the right perspective of yourself, you can't even give. If it does not start from the inside, you can't give on the outside. How much do you love yourself? Coach Francis spoke about forgiving yourself a lot. Can someone still just write something, what they learned thus far? Thank you, sir. Life transforming. God bless you. God bless you, Coach Francis. Yes, he was well prepared. Very informative. Thank you. Thank you. When he started with 3 ways of learning, the academic part, ending with the revelational part, I love it. And this session was encompassing. This is so provoking. I wish I was taught this growing up. Thank you so much for that short and apt understanding. Love yourself first. You love yourself first. But Francis, a quick one. How do we balance loving yourself first and not being selfish?
Very, very simple. Maybe I'll paint this. A very good friend, I think, is a mutual friend, me and Ife, Shego Dubanjo. I can be too sacrificial that I'll forget myself, in quote. So I've mastered the act of giving, that I'm writing a book that I call Giveness Man. So I don't buy clothes. They buy clothes and give to me, but I do buy bags, loads of clothes that I give to communities. I pay pharmacies money for those that don't have to go and get. Then Shegun made this statement one day. He said, as generous as you are very selfish to yourself. I've never bought a phone ever in my life. So what brought that conversation was that I'm also privileged to be heads of many platforms, So in this context, I'm also the head of CNS Alumni Global President. And he was now saying, even your phone is so bad that people are trying to reach you. It's so funny. And I said, how will I buy a phone that is worth the house rent of another person? I couldn't do that. But he said this word, you are so generous that you are greedy to yourself. And for the first time, I've heard these words in many versions, but it hit me for the first time. And that changed my life forever. That you can love others. I'm answering your question on the reverse to let you now know the balance. Do you get that? And that changed my life forever. I'm a very passionate person. I love excellence so much. But when it comes to those parts, and that changed, and I can be extreme. So what I did for myself I said I will buy, the phone that I'm using is iPhone 16 Pro Max. So my wife did IT in San Francisco in Apple. And I told her, you see, I'm buying a phone for myself and I'm buying for you. In that extreme, do you also know that a day after that conversation, somebody that I kind of prayed for, brought me a new phone. So it's also an excuse to say, let me continue that life. But I had to bolt myself out of it. So that balance is your ability to truly love. Love yourself. Remember yourself. People will not remember you. Though people will send you stuff. Sometimes they'll send me clothes too big for me. I'll have to send it out again. So I had to now focus myself. Had to buy clothes for myself to now do the balance. Now answering your question on the flip side. Hope I made sense.
Yes, you did. So do the flip side.
Yeah. So how not to be greedy
Mm.
is your ability to ensure that everything you do for yourself is putting you on the right standing to do more for others. Because if you are dead and gone, you won't do it. If you don't have enough, you won't give. There's a person that receives that gives. So your ability to feed yourself, give to yourself with that mindset that you want to do for others. So everything you do for yourself is seen as an investment, and it must be. That's the only way. You understand? That's the only way. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for
Hope I
that.
answered that.
I love
Yeah.
it. You know,
Thank you.
life is about supply and demand,
Yeah.
right? So you can't give what you don't have. However, if you keep accumulating to yourself, right, without giving it out, it will not overflow. Do you understand what we're saying? It's not going to overflow. But the more you give, the more you can, you know, add, and you keep giving. Wow, thank you so much. We really do appreciate that. Somebody in the comment section, are you well fed? Do you still have the capacity to receive more? Because we still have two amazing coaches, right, that are yet to speak. And trust me, we are going to do it very quickly. So that we don't waste, you know, much of our time. I want to believe by 7:30, 8 o'clock, we should be done with this amazing and well-packaged conference. So let's quickly go to Dr. Sijuade Balogun. You know, Dr. Francis or Coach Francis spoke on he spoke on where love really begins. And Dr. Sijuade Balogun will be looking at love and living fully. That is purpose, fulfillment, joy, and meaning. Right? Love and living fully. Very quickly, let me read Dr. Sijuade's profile. All right. Dr. Sijuade Balogun is a dynamic and impact-driven leader with over 20 years of progressive experience in human capacity development, business strategy, enterprise growth, and socio-economic empowerment across Africa. Adept at designing and delivering programs that enhance personal effectiveness, foster leadership, and support sustainable business growth. A people-centered strategies with a strong commitment to nation building, economic transformation, and enterprise development. My people, please do welcome with me Dr. Sijuade Balogun as it takes on the floor. Thank you.
All right, good evening, everybody. I want to be sure that after this conference, every one of us will need a break from work on Monday to reminisce on all what you will hear. I want to be sure in my spirit that after all you've heard and the little I will add in explaining what others have said in a better and simpler light, you will need a break to actually hit the reset button for our life. And I believe that this won't be the only edition. By the next edition, we would have developed a community of men that understand the concept of love and will be building their own immediate community, by extension, building the world at large. All right, my name is Sijuade Abiodun Balogun, and I want to first of all say thank you to Coach Ife Aribisala for the privilege to be on your platform. I also want to appreciate every other speaker that has spoken. I have only 3 assignments, and the earlier 3 speakers made my job very easy for me. All right. I joined in through the first section, and the first speaker was talking about what love is and what love is not. On his slide, he has 1 Corinthians 13 posted that I read through, and I was smiling because my assignment tonight is actually 3. Number 1, to talk about what love is not, so that you will understand how to fully live your life. Number 2 is to talk about what love really is. And Coach Miracle did well explaining the expression of love into community and societal development. And of course, Dr. Francis did well in this third section, helping us break down concepts around love in itself as a whole. So they've made my job easy. I'll be focusing more on the third aspect of what I intend to run us through, which is how love helps us build a life that is full. You know, because my topic is love and living fully. Yesterday, I was at a program and I was talking with a doctor friend, and she worked at Lagos Psychiatric Hospital. So we met somewhere and I was asking her how are people, hope they are doing well. And, you know, in the course of the conversation, others join in on the conversation. We ended up talking about the same thing that is now becoming rampant. You talk to some people now, and what you hear is my mental health is disturbed. And, you know, when I was saying how scaring is becoming to our society, how people are losing it unconsciously. And mind you, this is not just happening to just anybody. It's happening to even fellow Christians and pastors. You now hear mental health, mental stress. She said something very alarming. She said, now we are forced to just collect our consultation fee because people actually don't want to hear the truth. They just want to pay you. Said one lady she counsel, she did a section for 2 weeks ago thereabout, that after the lady almost finished them, the lady later told them, that's the group of psychiatric clinical psychologists that attended to him, to the lady, her rather, that the lady said, it's because they've told me from home not to really answer you people. That's why I did not answer you. She said, she asked herself, what if you now choose to answer us? What will happen after all of this? And our society is this bad now. It's so bad that she said, doctors, junior doctors, you tell them to take a section, you tell them to do something, and in the next minute you are hearing, I'm stressed, I'm emotionally disturbed. I told them, I said, the person that invented that statement, that sentence, those words put together into definition, that person have done us great evil, because everything now is emotional. I'm emotionally stressed, I'm emotionally disturbed, and the next thing you hear, I'm depressed. And I've been wondering, how come? How did we get this bad? Growing up was not like this. You talk to people now, and the next minute, they're emotionally down, they're emotionally drained. And I start to ask myself, what exactly is going on? It hit me really hard 2 years ago, because I have people out there that have certificates and they are saying that they're emotional intelligence coach, attending to people. I attended to 2 of them 2 years ago, one suicidal, one depressed. I had to run a section for both of them 2 years ago. And these 2 people, if I call their name, most likely you might know one of them, if you are within that space in Nigeria. And they're still out there saying they are helping people. Then I begin to ask myself, that was what Dr. Francis was trying to say. You can't give what you don't have. You can't help when you have not, first of all, received help. But now we are in a society of men that don't really love you to give you what you need. They just want you to see them as somebody that helped you. Either they help you or not is not their concern. And so trying to look like it is a major cause for us now as people. Ends the depression, the vacuum keep getting deeper by the day. I had a client I was taking a section with this week, And she told me something. She said, I'm done taking care of my children. They are grown-ups, they are graduate now, so I want to enjoy my life. I have no more to do. And I asked her, I said, they just left the university. She said, yes. And I said, what exactly is your duty as a Christian mother? And what is the timeline? And that's when she realized that there's no expiration if you truly love. Number one, the assignment is to ensure that you help them, not control them. Help them find their path, their feet, and live a full life. So the question I asked her, going to school, does that define the path of destiny for anybody? She said no. Then if you claim your assignment is for you to help them get their path in life, part of destiny, and fulfill it and be fulfilled, have you passed in your own biddings? She said no. And you just told me you're tired, you are done because they are graduate. You see, it goes to tell you that currently we don't even know what is true again. I do say over and over, people don't want to be rich. They just want to look rich. People don't want to be great. They want to look great. But where did this sense of mediocrity, life of mediocrity comes from? Those are the things we'll be dealing with in the next 25 to 30 minutes, and I'll be done with this section. All right, so for me, I like taking classes starting with key concept, because if you understand the key concept of a topic, then you will understand what the topic intends to achieve. So we look at the keywords in our today's topic, which is love and living fully. There are three keywords: love, living, and fully. If we understand these three concepts, the concept behind these three words, conjoin them together, we will understand what this topic is driving to us. And we will look at how that can happen. And that's why I said the third part is basically how this love helps us live fully. We understand the concept of living fully, then you will know the role of law in it. It is that simple, not complicated. And I'll do my best not to complicate it, all right? Of course, we'll start with what love is not. And like the first speaker had mentioned when he was expressing what love is not, what love is, and all of that from scripture's background, you will realize that love actually is not, I like the First Corinthians particularly that I used. He said, even though I give all I have to the poor and I have not love, that scripture begin to calibrate my understanding of love, because have you sit to think about this? He said, even though I give all I have to the poor, which we call philanthropic gesture, and I have no love, then it means that giving is not in itself is not love. However, when we see people nowadays that give to less privileged, to homes and all of that, we are quick to term such gesture, just such actions, as an act of love. However, if you look at it through the lens of that First Corinthians, you will realize that is not love. The one that shocked me was that even if I get my body burnt, excuse me, even if I sacrifice myself, sacrificing yourself in our contemporary time will mean that I spend my time for you. I sacrifice part of my comfort or all of my comfort for you. I do all of these things. I could do that and still I don't love you. That's exactly what the Bible says. So in calibration, I started asking myself, what exactly then is love? And in that same scripture, in that same First Corinthians, if you go a little down from verse number 4, 5, 6, 7, you begin to see that love is defined actually in attributes, not in action. Love in that scripture was defined in attributes, not in action. Love was defined in its nature, not in its expression. You can mimic the expression of love, but you cannot mimic, you cannot fake the nature of love. Hence, I would say love actually is a system that we need to culture ourselves into. Is a belief system, is a belief nature that we will need to culture ourselves into if we will express it. You know, when they gave birth to us, I like example, we were growing. If you grow in a system, their ways, their custom, their nature, you will grab easily. I remember there was a meeting we went to. My friend, myself and Dr. Francis was in that meeting, and the head of the person we were to talk with in that meeting came from Akwa Ibom. Dr. Francis originally is a Yoruba man, but grew both in the north and in Akwa Ibom. And because he did his primary right there, somewhere in Calabar, rather, those area. He was able to learn a little of their culture by the reason of being there. He was able to understand the communication of their language, their own communication. When we were to speak with the man, now he leveraged on that. Those are communication matter in business. We don't need to go into the detail. He leveraged on that and started with greeting the man in his language, asking questions about the areas he knows in the place. And immediately, the man assumed that he's from there. And they left the old big business and they first of all connect because there was custom exchange, nature expression. It was easy for them to connect. So also is love. I remember we're somewhere else too in the north, and it was time to push Dr. Francis forward to first of all speak the little Hausa I understand. And you know, that was enough for us to get Edgeway because they were able to connect to us based on expression of their own culture and custom that they saw. Same thing applicable here, that love is a culture that we need to culture ourselves into. It is their custom and nature of love that we must learn in order for us to enjoy life fully. I realize that the global personal challenges that we face today is a function of one major thing. The major factor for every personal, community, or global crisis today, it always rides on the back of relational skill. When you don't know how to relate, crisis is bound to happen. Crisis is bound to happen. Ukraine today and Ukraine and Russia is a function of relational skill. Some people don't just know how to relate. There was an agreement, even though you have to change the agreement, there are ways to go about it to make it work. And you breach the agreement, the other person reacts, and it becomes a full-blown war. And there we are. Hamas, and today, and the Israeli guys and Hamas, same thing will continue to happen because they could not coexist. They could not understand. They could not relate on the same page, you know, and it will lead to different crises. Bring it back to the family, like Coach Miracle was saying, family is the strongest unit here and there to influence. But you know, most of the family crises we see today that leads to divorce, I've been privileged to handle a couple of them, and I understand what it is. It is always a function of wrong communication skill. I've seen that we have a lot of coaches here, and I'm sure that you would have experienced this in the course of doing your own work. You see a man, a woman ready to divorce, you ask the guy, do you still love your wife? Yes. Do you still love your husband? Yes. And you people want to divorce. Have you ever asked yourself, both of you love yourself and you want to divorce? So when you ask the wife, why do you want to divorce? He doesn't love me anymore. But the husband is here saying, I love you. And the wife is saying, he doesn't love me. The wife is here saying, I still love him. And the husband is saying, she doesn't love me anymore. It means that love in itself is not what they are requiring. They are acquiring for the nature and the expression of love. So love as it is a nature, but it is expressed in different forms. So if you don't culture yourself to learn the forms of love, you will be confused about love and it will not benefit us. I think that this largely is the crisis we see in homes, schools, ideology differences is a function of love. I've learned by love that I can disagree with your stand as a person, but that is me as Shiju disagreeing with your stand. That is not a license for me to disagree with you. I only disagree with your stance on that subject matter. Hence, there's no bad blood, there's no enmity. I will respect you for your stand, and I will keep to my stand until I'm convinced otherwise. However, what we have now is that once somebody does not agree with you on a particular subject matter, you believe the person is proud, the person is wicked, and from there, there's a crack in your relational flow with the person. It happens in the home, and the end point will be divorce. And it happens within nation, the end point is war. It happens within your career place of work, the end point is toxic environment of working. It happens within places you cannot live, and the next issue is emotional instability and will lead to depression. And we now hear words like, I'm emotionally drained. My mental health is messed up. And suicide becomes the end point. But how do we escape all of this? Through the tool of love. Number one, for those that want to take note, let's look at it from this way. What exactly is love in itself by definition? Going through the key concept I said earlier. Love is actually that sense of care, connection, and commitment towards someone or something. Love is actually the sense of care, commitment, connection towards someone or something. That's truly what love can be defined as. And when you try to define living actually is defined as living is defined as something that is more existing more. You are living more than just being alive. It is the experience of finding meaning. Living is finding meaning, growth, connection in the time you are giving to somebody or something. Living is being more than just alive. It is the experience of finding meaning, growth, connection in the time you are giving to somebody or something, maybe activity, however. And you would realize that when something is full, it simply means it's complete, entire, no holding back, nothing added, nothing subtracted. That's when it is full. Therefore, if we go by key concept, love, living, and living fully will mean that the sense of care and commitment you are giving to life and you're experiencing meaning in it, growth in it, and you are connecting in that same giving of your time towards a person or subject matter. It simply means that if, for instance, by the way, I believe that my wife is on this conference currently. I met my wife. I like her because she has good face. The truth is this, I married her because she has good face. You know why we will have crisis? Anytime I want our love to be alive, to be full, the love must grow. The love must have meaning. And why I married my wife is because of her face, is not because of love in itself, which is actually commitment and care and connection towards her. Do you know that by biology, it is not possible for how beautiful her face was when I got married to her or when I met her in year 2009, it is not possible for the glow of that face to continue for 100 years. That reason lacks the capacity for growth. No matter the cosmetic she uses, even if she chooses to go and do surgery, facial surgery, time to time, at a point, maybe 50 years down the line, she won't be able to sustain that standard. And at that point, you will find out that what I like, note I use the word like, not love, about her is gone. And when it is gone, I am angry with her for what she does not have control about, because I feel that I married you for fine face. Now the face is not fine. And at the end of the day, there's this resentment in me, but now depend on other factors like religion, society. I don't want to say anything. I've married you. Hence, I will no longer hear about her. I will no longer be committed to her. I will no longer be committed or connected to her, because the source of our connection is diminishing already. And I didn't marry because of love. I married because of face, and because facial visibility lacks capacity to sustain growth, meaning, and connection, I will lose commitment and I will lose care, and I become drained out of the care, because there's no amount of care you give, no amount of care you give to the face, it can't continue to be a baby's face forever. So at that point, what happened? Love is missing, hence resentment starts. That resentment is the open door needed for crisis to creep into that marriage. So they ask the husband, why are you always harsh on your wife? The husband cannot tell, but the husband just knows, I'm no longer connected. You see why a lot of people are suffering in different categories at different levels? It is actually because of the absence of love. Same thing is applicable here. I want to get a job. And, I want to get a job. And the job I want to get now, I didn't consider the life I want to live before I get the job. And I got the job that will give me the money I need, I feel I need now, at the expense of the life I need in the future. After a while, I get the money quite all right. I continue to work. I continue to do all I need to do. And after a while, what happens to me? When the money, I've finally gotten it, I no longer need money. Then I will now begin to see that the job I'm picking up, the job I'm doing, lack the capacity to grow a sense of fulfillment. I will no longer be committed. I will lost commitment. I will no longer connect to the job. I will no longer care about the job. And at my workplace, they will call me the name irresponsible. That is another phase for people. The same lack of love, see the way it's expressing itself in different aspects of life to the same man. I remember there was a time That was before I got married. I think the year I got married, something funny happened. I was going to get married, and my contract with a very prominent A-lister in the entertainment industry expired. And they wanted me in, but I know that I didn't want this kind of life any longer. I know that it wasn't about just the money. It was already having some pressure. 3 a.m., I'm still at Oriental Hotel at some point. 2 a.m., I'm still at Harbor Point. This one, I'm still in this state. You know, something happened that year, a year before I got married. One of my protege, the father respects me so much. He explained to me later why he respects me. I was pastoring a fellowship long ago. The man is a naval personnel. He said the man was not comfortable because wherever young people are, they misbehave. So the mother will always come. Everybody shout president, 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 pastor. And they were wondering, who is this young guy? And I have 2 daughters attending that fellowship. I need to be sure. The man said he sneaked to our fellowship. He stood behind our fellowship, listened to all what was saying, and from that day, he knew in his mind, my daughter, and they're in the right place. When the wife, the mother of my disciple died that year, I was the one with them at the hospital. I was the one with them at the hospital, wheeled our corpse to the morgue and all of that. The man could not comprehend. I remember when the man finally bought a land, he asked the pastors of his church, he said, Shiju, I would have you come and dedicate my land. I'm more sure of you people's salvation than all these people, all these other pastors. When the daughter came that she was ready to get married, he told the daughter to go and meet me and ask me if I'm comfortable with the guy. That he has failed as a father, but he felt we have done more work on her. And now she's about to get married. That if I'm okay with the guy, then the guy should come back. Fortunately for them, the guy is one of our guys, so it became easy. The man told me to pick the wedding date that I want because he wants me there. We picked the date, and because of that job I was doing at that time, I've told them I was at LASA office. I'm not coming. Anybody's not seeing me till Monday. And, you know, my wife now, we're not married, traveled down to town, and everybody was going to go for this wedding. By the time I got to the wedding that morning, the father told me, will I go to the church? I said, yes, sir. Do you want to be the one to take her in? I said, no, sir, it's your duty. And whilst I was still having that conversation, people were changing from the traditional marriage venue, moving to the church. I got a call that needs me to be at Landmark because I have to sign money. So I left. My wife, my fiance at that time, traveled. I had to tell her, I'm sorry, you can be going home to my place, to where I was staying then and all of that, I'm sorry. She was just wondering, so why did I travel all the way down to Lagos? That day, I knew in my mind, I'm not renewing anything, even though I didn't say anything to people. Because the job, yes, was bringing the money, but on the other hand, it's going to destroy the future I'm trying to build. So I recalibrated. I did 1 or 2 other things, moved back to my own organization fully, and here we are today. You see, because I have love for whatever I do. I will not do a thing because I just want to do it. And if you are doing it for money, understand your purpose clearly. Understand why you're doing it. If you understand it, you will not mess up. Because I know that if I remain at that work, I will no longer care and I will not be effective. Then my reputation will be tarnished. Why don't I give it up and move on in life? So you need to now understand that this thing called love, we need to understand it if we will actually impact our environment and live fully. What does it mean to live fully? To live fully means that you give everything completely and not hold back. You know, I think it was either the first speaker or second speaker that was talking about love being sacrificed. What are you sacrificing at this point? And why are you sacrificing it? In your communication, are you communicating with care? Are you communicating to connect? Are you committed to the information? If you find that most of the time, our communication derail when we lose commitment to the subject matter. You see, and these things, these are the key components of love. And that's why they say love conquers all things. If we truly understand the concept of love, because the commitment you have to the subject matter will not let you derail. Have you find out that when you are discussing with people or people discussing around, you start talking about, I'm looking for a perfect example. Okay, a perfect example that happens to almost all of us. You're expecting a friend you've not seen in a long while, and you already have a list of 13, 14, just list of 6 things to talk to the person about. You want to talk, make inquiry, find out how the family is doing, the mom is now doing, the father is doing. You want to know what is the update about the person work life. You want to exchange some notes on some subject matter or project. You already know what you want to do. I'm sure this has happened to almost all of us, if not all of us. And when you finally meet the person, you talk with the person for 4 or 5 hours. And when the person leaves, I say, hey, I forgot to, I did not speak to this person about this. You know what really happened? You were not committed to the communication. You want to find out 4 things. You spoke for 4 hours and you still skip 2. The reason is when you start to talk about his or her family, that is your subject matter. From there, you will derail to friends and family. So instead of spending 40 minutes in that communication, you will spend 2 hours talking about the ones not needed. Have you also discovered that it is those excessiveness that come irrelevant talk? Irrelevant talk that change your orientation about another person. Don't mind him. That's how I used to behave. Don't mind that one. When we were together at Dubai, he did this, she did that. And your perception of that about that person start to change because you lose commitment for your subject matter. That's how love shaping our orientation of people, of things, and of ourselves. The same people that communicate don't focus on the subject matter. And with that, some people have spoiled the destiny of many people. Somewhere around 2008, I met this family. I noticed the younger sister is out there, social, audacious, very young, all married now. Then they were just freshly out. They were just young, freshers in school. But the elder one is reserved. I knew it wasn't normal. So I started trying to communicate, to get close. I spoke with their mom, I spoke with their father. And they said, it's nothing, it's just like that. That's how they grow. That is what the mother even said to me. But you know what? 2 years after, openly, I deliberately, whenever we see them, I used to tell them, this is my firstborn, this lady. I gave her a priority space so that people can start noticing her, because I noticed the way she behaved reserved. And that was when I got to know that 6 years ago, when she was in GSS 3, either 6 or 7 years before, rather 6 or 7 years before that time, when she was still in GS3, Federal Government College, Ijaniki, a particular teacher wanted to correct her, wanted to tell her that she could do this better. And you know the way some people talk, we don't care about the person we are saying. We are more concerned about how we feel and what we want to say. Told her, is this what you should be doing? Even your younger sister is better than you. You know, the subject matter is, this is not what you are supposed to do. You can do better. You didn't focus on her. You focused comparing her to everybody and telling her how she's less than everybody. And guess what? She told her she cannot amount to anything, no matter what she does in life. Everything you do in life, you won't amount to anything. And that simple statement, out of a communication, out of commitment to subject matter, connection to the real matter, and no care for the person you are talking to, ruined the psychology of that girl. It took us another 4 years journey before we could bring the girl out. That same girl ended up becoming a great girl that was in the entertainment industry. But that destiny would have just been wasted because somebody communicated outside love. So let's look at it from this perspective as we begin to round up. How love help you to live life fully? I would say that you don't need to change the world. You need to change yourself and encourage others to do so. That's all you need. And it's a matter of time. The world will change. Number one way love will help us live in full. Living in full is giving everything we have to this world. Every orientation we have, every perception that can impact, every knowledge that can impact. The way we can fully give it is number one. When we communicate to people, we should learn these 4 C's. When we deal with people, we should learn these 4 C's. Number one, we should be clear on what we want to do. We should be clear on the purpose of our relationship with people. We should be clear on the assignment we are supposed to execute. I see people misbehave because they did not set the clarity panel before they started the journey. A quick example is this. I'm a friend to somebody, and what brought us together is pure business. There's a limit to what I can just jump into about the person's personal family life, because the definition of our relationship is business. I should respect his or her personal opinion back in his or our family. If I want to get there, I should take permission. That does not make me less. But the problem some of the time is that because you are the boss in the business that brought us together, you feel you are also the boss of my life. You see how people start spreading wrong perception. Even though you have better knowledge to give to me now, but because you are bossing me in giving that knowledge, as though we are still in business, I will not accept your knowledge. That is the practical, immediate human nature. So if you want your life to be impactful and to be full, number one, be clear. There are 4 C's. Number 1 C, be clear on the goal of whatever you're doing. You must be clear about why am I a friend to Dr. Francis. You must be clear about why am I marrying my wife. You must be clear about why am I picking up this job. You must be clear about why am I part of this project. Number one thing, if you will live life in full in the 4 C's, be clear, is clarity. Number 2 C, and I mean, let me quickly state here. You see these 4 C's, I've pondered enough about it. I've done quite a number of research, and I came up with it because I feel it's applicable to every sphere of our life. If we apply it before action, you will find out that your life will be impactful. Number 1, be clear. Number 2, be committed to it. For some of us, as coaches, we are clear on the aspect of impact we want to give. For some of us, as family persons, we are clear on the values we want to build for our families. I think this is the point I should be asking. How many minutes do I have more? So that
I've
I
sent a
won't
message
offshoot
to you,
my
sir.
time in essence.
I've sent a message
All right,
to
I've
you,
seen.
sir.
I'm checking up.
Okay,
so, all right, thank you. I'm checking it up. So, you need to be clear on why you want to do what you want to do if you will ever have a life that is of impact. Number 2, you need to be clear. You need to be committed to that thing. Okay, I've seen it. Thank you. You need to be committed to that cause. Look, it is not compulsory you talk all the time. Once you have passed the information and you have responded to the person, please stay on the subject matter. Be committed. When you are married to your wife, when your wife is talking about anything or your husband is talking about it, can you first of all committedly focus on the subject matter, get done with it. Then move to the next one. If you digress, please be quick to come back. Be clear about it, be committed to it. Number 3 thing you must do, you must be consistent with what you're doing. We culture ourselves by the level of our consistency to the value system we are building. If you say you are doing it this way because you understand it this way, can you please be consistent so that we can know you for that thing? Today you say A, tomorrow you say B, next tomorrow is C. People will not learn from you. People would not, because they don't want to learn from you, but they don't even know what to learn from you. Number 4, because of our time, I think I need to stop now, is you need to be creative. You can't say the same thing to everybody the same way. Living a full life will mean that you have impacted your generation. You are clear on your goal to this boy. Let me help him become better at what he wants to do. You are clear. You are committed to it by reaching out and ensuring you start the journey. Even though the person is not responding fine, you are consistent with the person. Number 4, you need to sometimes add a measure of creativity, because the way all of us respond to learning is different. Your creativity sometimes is the game changer for you living a full life. With this few points of mine, I'm sure I've been able to convince you and not confuse you that to live life in full, you need to be clear about what the life you are giving is, the sacrifice you are giving is, the time you are giving is. You need to be committed to it. You need to be consistent at it and be a little bit creative. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so who can tell me the 4 C's he just mentioned now? You need to be clear. Okay, somebody type it in the chat box. Oh, my phone. Okay. Anybody? You need to be clear, okay?
Oh, first one.
Creative, okay? Committed. Which other one do we have?
Even only 3 things.
Consistent. Thank you so much. Yeah. We need to be consistent. Clear, committed, consistent, and creative. For you, which one are you going with? Which one are you picking from this session? Are you clear? If you are clear, are you committed? If you are committed, are you consistent? And if you are consistent, are you creative? In fact, all, I was about to say that I'm going with all. I'm going with all. It's one thing to be clear. It's another thing to be committed to it. And it's another thing to be consistent. And I like this creative part. All right. I think someone also spoke about love, having expression, love being creative. Love is an art. I think one of the speakers we had earlier spoke about that. Love is an art. All right. There is an expression. There is creativity. So you don't just say you love something and you're not even paying attention to that thing. You are not constantly thinking about what you love. You're not constantly thinking about you. You're not constantly thinking about people. Then we need to question that love. No wonder the Lord, scripture says that we are the apple of God's eyes. He's constantly thinking about us. All right. I thank you so much for your session, Dr. Adeshino, if I'm not mistaken, right? Oh, sorry, Dr. Shidradi. Sorry about that, Dr. Shidradi. Yes, thank you so much, sir. We are grateful. Oh, very informative. Thank you. I'm still wondering why none of us has actually unmuted ourselves to just at least express what we've learned thus far. We've had 4 powerful speakers now, and I really want to hear from any one of us. Just tell us, how have we wasted your time? I mean, we started around after 4, and here we are. I must commend you for that. And for you to stay that long, it therefore means that you are actually learning one or two things. So I want someone to, I want to hear somebody's voice so that we will know that, we are communicating to somebody. I want someone. All right.
Bishop's hand is up.
Wonderful.
Bishop's
Okay.
hand is up.
Bishop, can you say something, sir? Omar?
Yes, thank you very much. Honestly, when we started the conference, I didn't have the mind of staying this long because I have some other activities I have aligned for today. I had to cancel them because each of these sessions are eye-opening. I mean, I can't. I'm still assimilating. I'm still, have to keep, all this information to assimilate them, to keep them to mind. I can't ask questions now because there's so lot of stuff to keep or to digest. And seriously, we have not wasted our time here. Like I said earlier, I didn't have the mind of staying this long, but something, especially after the second, the third, oh my God, the fourth, oh no. There's none of this, teaching that is wasted at all. Thank you very much to all the speakers and thank you to the convener. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bishop. I really do appreciate that. I can actually see that we've been fed meat, right, and not milk. We've been fed meat. So it's what's one of the best sessions today. God bless you greatly. Yes, I love it. Every session actually is coming with its own wisdom. Scripture says the manifold wisdom of God. All right. Thank you so much to all our speakers and Coach Ife. I must say that, bringing this great mind together, I give it to you, ma. So very quickly, so that we won't actually drag the time more, we have our final speaker for tonight. And we've been hearing men's voice. So it's time for, so a woman to put our own voice into this conversation. And I will be welcoming Dr. Ebulomo Fawole. She is a visionary in the field of counseling psychology, an integrative coach, and a family life therapist with a unique approach to therapy. She's the driving force behind Push Through Consult, now the Lavender Avon, a dynamic platform designed to shatter limiting beliefs, teach people the power of their minds, and illuminate the path of boundless possibility in our clients. She is also into child safety. She's also a child safety advocate. She's a beacon of hope for children in need. She has a strong voice to children who are sexually abused. This initiative takes to the road, delivering vital education through school tours and providing support, counseling, and therapy to children who are confused sexual abuse survivors and children who have been raised by divorced parents. She serves as the head of operations at the Center of Sex Education and Family Life, where our organization Progress ensures a smoothly functioning system. She is a dedicated member of the Journey to Wholeness Counseling team at L-Cube International, where she volunteers her time and expertise to make a positive impact in the lives of many. Above all, Ebu Fawole believes that every individual is born to fulfill a unique purpose, without which their joy is at stake. And I do completely agree. Very quickly, let's welcome Dr. Ebu Fawole as she speaks on relationship intelligence. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Okay, it's 7 p.m., 7:17 p.m. here. I got confused about the timing initially, but yeah, I eventually came in. And I met the third and the fourth speaker. Thank you very much, everyone, for staying through to this time. Honestly, when I saw 3.5 hours, I was like, Ife, hey, Jesus. Like, thank you very much for the support, and thank you for listening and having something to take in. Thank you, Bishop, for that feed forward. It just shows that everybody that is on the call are actually listening, and they are not just here to support Ife, but they're also listening to learn. Thank you, Ife, for this privilege. Love you. Well done. And to all the speakers, amazing job so far. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you. People have come in with from different perspectives about this issue of love. And I think my assignment here is to talk about the relationship intelligence. The last speaker said some things I'm going to be touching also. So when we talk about relationship intelligence, this concerns every one of us. And it's going to help us even in how we are raising our children. And that's what I'm going to be talking about. Many of our adult struggles are not because we are weak or we are failing. Many of our adult struggles about understanding what love is. It's not because we are weak. It's not because we don't know what love is. Well, maybe we don't really know what love is, and that's what I'm going to be talking about. Some of our responses are learned from our early experiences with the adults that raised us. Yeah. And so some of those struggles, some of our behaviors is as a result of our upbringing, our significant emotional experiences of life, and the environment where we grew up from. So what once protected us? So that's what I want to talk about now. Those things that protected you, those learnings, those conditioning that protected you, that made you see love in a particular light, they are the ones I'm going to be talking about. For example, early in life, we as children, we learn that being quiet keeps the peace in the house. If you agree with me, let me see your hands up. We learn that pleasing others earns affection. You know how we do people pleasing. If you agree with me, I want to see in the chat session. We learned that love means endurance, not expression. None of these lessons were chosen. We didn't consciously choose them. They are learnings that we absorb. They are behaviors that we take in before we even understood what love, the word love, really means. So we believe that the person that is correcting us is because the person loves us. I have heard from one of our coaches, one of the practitioners in the space of family life space. Somebody said she had a client who the client says, and I'm sure some of you might have heard that before, the client says, if my husband has not beat me, that means something is wrong. That means he did not love me. You know, that kind of conditioning. And this is because growing up, you know how they beat us. I say, I'm doing this because I love you. And so many of us attached a kind of interpretation, meaning to love, before we even start understanding what it is. And by the time we're growing up, we enter into relationships, we enter into marriage, and we start expressing those survivor skills, and we call it love. Right? We enter a relationship full of love and still end up confused, hurt, or disconnected from that relationship. For example, the example Dr. Sijuade gave about one of his clients. When he was giving that illustration, giving that example, in my head, I'm like, oh, wow, see confusion. Do you love, I love him. Does she love you? She loves me. Ah, no, I think she's not loving me anymore. I've had experiences of such clients, you know, and this is because Mills and Bones introduced love to us, defined love to us. The movies we watched on African Magic introduced love to us. The way we were raised interpreted love to us. And because love is very powerful from all the definitions, I love the 1 Corinthians 13. Because of the definition and all that, we might not be able to understand what 1 Corinthians 13 is talking about. 1 Corinthians 13 has a lot of boundaries, learning to communicate, and all that in it. So we need to understand what relationship intelligence means. And that's what I'm talking about today. So like I was saying, that we learn love from the tone, from absence of our parents, from corrections. Remember the child, Dr. Sijuade also gave the example. The teacher in his or her head is trying to help the child. I was in the teaching space for about 16 years. So recently I was trying to think about the things I did, because those children are now getting married. And I remember them when they invite me to their wedding, I am watching them with a kind of feeling that, this girl, it was because I didn't really understand, though. Even me, I was learning then. The way I treated this girl, the way I talked to this, you know, these are the things, these are the conditioning that builds, these are the ways we understood love. That's the way we condition children to understand love. That's the way we all were conditioned to understand love. The silence, the kind of attention we give, the kind of affection or withdrawal. And we are saying it's because I love you. And so when we grow up, we start expressing love. We start expressing love by what we had to do to be accepted, what we had to endure to stay connected, what we lost when we make mistakes. And many of us didn't learn what love is. Children adapt brilliantly. For that girl that Dr. Sijuade gave the example, she adapted brilliantly. If I stay small, I am safe. If I perform, I am seen. Please, as I am speaking, I want us to be reflecting and thinking about this. How this affected you. I was speaking with somebody today, and the person, the guy grew up in a very loving environment. And so he's very free to talk, to express and all that. And in my head, I'm like, why is it so easy for this person to be expressive? Such that, okay, what led to that conversation was when she said he does not know how to sneak around. He does not know how to do surprise because he just wants to express and all that. And I started thinking, okay, so why am I not like that? And I reflect a lot. And the reflection took me back to my upbringing. I grew up from a polygamous home where you have to be careful of the way you talk. I went to a public school where you have to be careful, or teacher will flog you. You don't even want to raise up your hand to talk because you have to stay small, you know? So I was thinking about all these things and how we were formed and how we learn to adapt brilliantly to those things. Suppressing our feelings and not able to express it. Tolerating pain so that we can belong, you know, when you are not wanted. And these adaptations became people-pleasing, emotional shutdown that we are not conscious of. we are not conscious of this thing. We thought, oh, the way they raised us, you know, when we say, oh, the way they raised us, and they beat us, they gave us slap, they shouted on us and all that. And people say, oh, with the bass and the bows, and some people are saying that's the best way. Fine, but what has those things left us with? Are those really the way to show love? Left us with control, overgiving or overexpressing. You're overgiving in your relationship, you're overexpressive, and the other person is feeling choked. Like, what's happening? You know, there is this thing, I don't know if Coach Miracle spoke about the attachment style. When I am working with clients, I try to understand their, especially when it comes to love, and I like to understand attachment style, because attachment style talk about anxiety, how you're free, how you feel secured in your relationship and all that. So some people are just people pleasing because they're anxious. They don't want to lose this person. You know, those are what those adaptation, those brilliant adaptation that we did when we were growing up. This is what it has helped us to become somebody who is overexpressive. Dr. Sidrade spoke, he kept talking about, I know he mentioned like 2 or 3 times, how that somebody is trying to set boundaries and you are reading meanings to it. Yeah? Some of us don't even know what boundaries means. We see boundary as being mean. No, it is because of the way we were conditioned. That's why we are seeing boundaries this way. So with the fear of abandonment, these were not flaws. They were intelligent survival responses that we were raised with. But what helped us survive, and I think if not for anything, we should take that away from this conference. That's those ways of adapting that we thought are the best way to express love in our relationship, that is affecting our relationship with our spouses, with our partners. For those of us that are not married, we want to check again. Those brilliant ways of expressing ourselves when we were growing up helped us survive as children. They might be sabotaging your intimacy in adulthood. I'm saying this to say that what helped you to survive, what helped you to strive, is not the same thing, and that's where growth comes in. And so when you are you're married, you're saying, oh, that's the way that is me. Might not even be sexual relationship. That is me. That is the way. That is not you. That might be affecting or sabotaging your relationship, and you want to pay attention to it. As adults, we want connections, but we fear vulnerability. We crave for closeness, but we protect ourselves with distance. And because our nervous system have learned love under pressure, love feels unsafe, conditional, earned. How many of you know that? For those of you in the UK, I'm sure you understand that. Love is now becoming so transactional. Love is now, that is the meaning some people are reading to what love is. And I'm glad we have people who have beautiful relationships. And I beg them, please showcase, let people know that love, there's still something that is called love. There's still people who can be in love, who understands communication. Dr. Sidrade talked about communication, who understands boundaries, and they don't read any negative meanings to it. if you read negative meanings to people's boundaries or to some things about the other person, it is because of your conditioning. It is because of the way you were conditioned. It is because you were told that love is when they beat you. Love is when you keep quiet. Love is when you don't talk too much. Yeah? And so emotional relationship intelligence becomes very essential. Relationship intelligence is the ability to pause, reflect, and relearn love consciously. Please take note of the word consciously. The ability to pause, reflect, and relearn love consciously beyond survival. What we have done growing up, what you have done to get to where you are is survival. And so you need to understand love in a different way by understanding the intelligence. It's a skill we need to learn. Love is not the drama. Love is not the feelings. Love is not the, and you know, when people come out to say, love is not enough, this is what they mean. I love you. Oh, you didn't say I love you yesterday. Oh, you didn't call me. All that drama is not love. And so we need to be relationship intelligent. We need to be relationship intelligent. We need to understand what it means. We need to learn the skill of pausing. We need to learn the skill of reflecting. The ability to understand yourself. In your pausing, you're trying to process, okay? Okay, that's understanding yourself. Understanding the other person. Okay, does it really, what he's saying, is it really fighting me? Is it really upset? That's what the pause is talking about. The ability to understand yourself, understand the other person, and manage relationship in ways that foster connections, in ways that brings connection, that brings safety, that brings growth and mutual respect. Relationship intelligence asks about now. Is this is the reaction about now or then? Like now or so what are you saying? Asking that question, say, okay, what are you saying? What do you really mean? Because some of us suffer from anticipatory defense. You know what anticipatory defense is? Because of the experiences we had growing up, because of all these experiences, we are now on the edge, such that somebody is saying something, you have not even allowed the person to land. Because of those experiences you had growing up, you tend to, I work with divorced people, and I see that happen a lot. So they're divorced, they are dating again, and they come to say, okay, we are dating again and all that. And you see people acting drama, and you're wondering, what's happening? Hey, uncle, calm down. This is because of the experience you had with your ex. This person is not your ex. This is another person. Can you pause and think? And don't allow your past take over your present. That's what I mean by anticipatory defense. Don't be afraid. Ask if this is love or fear. In your reflecting, in your pausing and reflecting, you want to check all those things. For those of you that have been married before, you want to start thinking, okay, he loves me. I love him, yes. In fact, there are some things he would do that make me know that he loves me. And so whatever he is doing is not because he's angry with me. Even if he is correcting me, it's not because he's judging me. It's not because he's condemning me. It's because he's calling my attention to something. And I think that's where those communication things that Dr. Sijuade talked about comes in, where you need to learn to communicate. Yeah? Love without awareness repeats pattern. love without awareness, love without understanding, love without relationship intelligence, love without reflecting, love without pausing, repeat pattern. Why love with intelligence creates choice. When you understand what I mean by relationship intelligence, you know what the main thing is: understand yourself, understand the other person, and know what's the other person, and know how to manage the relationship. It's not drama, maturity. By the time you're the first 5 years of marriage, there's a way you think, there's a way you see one another. We say we are growing and we are understanding each other. That's what relationship intelligence helps you to achieve. Yeah. And so there are some practices that I want to talk about around relationship intelligence for individuals, for those of you that are here that are not married, and for everybody, really. We need to notice your patterns. Notice your patterns. Now we're talking about the intelligence now. We have been conditioned. We have been made to think we're supposed to be people pleasing. That's why some people overexpress in love. They don't know when to put the boundaries. They don't know when to pause. They don't know when to stop. And they get tired and become sick, especially for the religious ones amongst us. They say, so let me share this. So I'm divorced. And before the marriage broke, I was close to our pastors then. And they would always say, be praying, be praying, be praying. Don't worry. God will do it. Just be praying. And I will be praying. I will fast. And I'll be praying. And a guy will come, look at you and laugh. Look at you and walk away. And you know what that will make me do? Intensify prayers. Oh God, the devil has taken hold of his life. Oh God, you know how we were conditioned in the space where there's no balance. Yeah, we are made to see that we need to just be suffering. And I'm not saying don't suffer. I hope you understand. I understand the place of resilience. But I also understand the place of boundary. When some things are happening, you want to concentrate on yourself first. And that's what relationship intelligence is talking about. Now that I have a better understanding, I took responsibility for, so when I think about those days now, I'll be like, these were the things I was actually doing that will make him laugh. Because in his eyes, it's really like, look at somebody that is praying. Is it not the same person that will nag tomorrow? This understanding, this being emotionally relationship intelligent. Pause and ask yourself. Don't be of, oh, he's the one, she's the one, she's the one alone. Think, reflect. So notice the pattern. Before you talk about changing anything, you must first notice the pattern. I just talked about in counseling space, we have an assessment that we use, and this assessment helps us to understand people's behavior, people's belief, people's love languages, and people knowing who you are by yourself. And so relationship intelligence requires you to know. And as you're knowing yourself, you're also knowing the other person. You're paying attention, you're noticing. Patterns are repeated emotional responses. And so if there's a consistent pattern, you're able to see that, okay, what happened? You might even want to ask the person, so what happened to you when you were growing up? Why do you always react when something like this happened? That is being intelligent. And please, when you're asking those questions, you're not asking those questions to confront or to judge that person. How you react when you feel threatened, you want to ask yourself, how you react when you feel threatened, when you feel ignored, or when you feel overwhelmed. And when you're asking that question, you're asking to understand the other person, to say, okay, when he says this is how I react, or when I say this is how he reacts. You should understand what I mean by relationship intelligence now, where you pause and reflect. You pause to understand yourself. You notice the pattern. You pay attention. You live in your present moment. The truth of the matter is a lot of us are just living on autopilot. We are not conscious, especially if you are living in Lagos that I live in. Everybody is in autopilot. We're not paying attention to details. We just want to, we're just living in a hurry. But if you want your relationship, you want to have a loving relationship, you want to learn how to pause, how to notice, you want to learn how to notice the other person. Some people withdraw, some people become defensive, some over-explain, some shut down. This is because there's a pattern. There are emotional responses. It's a pattern from something. And so when you understand this, when people come to me about crisis in their family, I take them through that to say, do you want to, I know that that person did not love you. Do you think this person is reacting based on something? Do you think that person is reacting based on, when you understand that part of it, you will be able to handle any difficulty you have in your relationship, because those patterns once protected them. And so they are in another relationship and they felt, oh no, they must be on the edge because no, this person wants to do this. No, this person is thinking this way. Whereas that person is not thinking that way. That person is just living, expressing himself or herself the way he or she thought he or she should react or respond to the situation. Then name your triggers. Name your triggers. Triggers are emotional alarms. They are not character flaws. They are not. When you see somebody, you want to, okay. A trigger is often connected to an earlier experience where you felt unsafe, unseen, or unimportant. For example, a delayed reply may trigger abandonment. You send a text message to somebody and the person, you're not even thinking about what's happening to the person on the other side. And the next thing, you just send a message. I've been sending you, I've been calling you since, and you are not responding. So what happened? Were you abandoned? What happened to you growing up? At some point, I knew that I had insecurity. And it was because when I was growing up, I used to be daddy's girl. Very close to my dad. But at age 5, every time I talk about, I relate this story, I remember and I see the picture, the flash again, how my dad came in with a second wife, and the second wife already had a baby girl. And I felt, oh, he will not love me again. And that was when my insecurity started from. So you want to think about it. A delayed reply may trigger abandonment. You want to reflect, you want to think, you want to pause, you want to think. Criticism may trigger shame. And silence may trigger fear. If you grow up in Adugbo, like I grew up, how you have all these egbons pulling your legs, criticizing, see your head is so big, see your leg is like this. If care is not taken, you sink them in such that when people give you feedback at the office, you see it as they are criticizing you. You don't understand. You don't know the difference between feedback and criticism. Yeah? So want to pay attention to this. When you can identify and name your trigger, it loses its power over you. So that's number 2. The first one is notice your patterns. Number 2 is name your triggers. Number 3, offer yourself compassion. Many people are harsh with themselves in relationship. Why am I like this? What's wrong with me? Hey, be soft. It's not your fault. Whatever it is that happened to you, it's not your fault, but it is your responsibility not to remain there. It's your responsibility to reflect, to check. and be ready to work on yourself, to heal from whatever wound you have brought into your relationship. Understand, for those of you that are married, understand other people's conditioning. Every person enters a relationship with an emotional history. Nobody came in plain. Even the virgin that married, you married as a virgin. That does not mean you did not come with your emotional baggage. Yeah, and emotional baggages, there are a lot of things contributed to it. So you want to understand the other person's conditioning. Your partner's reactions are often shaped by how love was expressed to them, how conflicts were handled, and what made them feel safe or unsafe. Understanding conditioning helps you stop taking everything personally. These are the skills. I hope you're listening. These are the skills we're talking about. Replace accusation with curiosity. Learn to ask questions. Accusation closes doors, while curiosity. So when you say, that's how you do, that's how you always do. Abi, why are you always like this? When you say that, people will shut in. You want to watch. Talking about communication. You know, when they talk about communication, a lot of things are under communication. Yeah. So you have to pay attention to how you communicate with the other person. Be curious, ask questions. There's no crime in asking questions. Some of us, you know how when we're growing up and they're saying, oh, she's going to be a lawyer because that child asks a lot of questions. And they say, shut up, shut up. That's why some of us stop asking questions. Asking questions, being curious is one skill we want to bring back into our lives. And I'm saying all this for those of us that have children, please. You are conditioning your children already. So you want to change your method. Some of us grew up saying, oh, I'm not going to raise my children or have my family the way I was raised. These are the things that we did not like. But a lot of people don't know that we don't have names for them. We don't know them. We just know that we don't like the pattern. We don't like the conditioning from our parents. These are the conditioning we need to pay attention to. So for everyone who have children in the room, you want to pay attention to the way you're raising your children because you are unconsciously conditioning them the way you were conditioned. Yeah? So I've been told that my time is almost up, so I'm going to skip some of the things. Love doesn't grow by chance. It grows by healing and capacity. You need to pay attention to how you express love, you show love. But if you don't love yourself, if you don't understand yourself, there's no way you will understand. When I'm talking to younger people, I say, you don't understand yourself. You want to go and marry. And by the time you marry, they will expect you to understand the other person. That's too much burden already. Because you need to understand yourself first. And that is what relationship intelligence is talking about. Understand yourself, understand the other person, and learn to manage the situation. Learn to adapt, adjust, bring together, shape into what you want. Yeah, and I hope with this, there's so much to all this, but I think with this, I've been able to do some justice to what the topic I've been given. Many of us are not broken, we are conditioned. Relationship intelligence gives us the power to unlearn what no longer serves us, choose love with clarity, safety, and intentionality. May your love no longer be driven by survival, be guided by understanding. Thank you very much.
Ma, can you drop that again? May your love never be driven by survival,
but guided by understanding.
Wow. Let me write that down. I don't want to forget. Just give me a moment. Thank you, Ma.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for listening. And thank you once again, Ife, for the opportunity.
I'm sorry, I'm not only facilitating, I'm also learning. So pardon me if I had to take a minute to just put that down. I don't want to miss that. Thank you so much, Dr. Ebun. That was so wonderful. Please, what did you learn from Dr. Ebun's session? You made mention of trigger not being a character flaw, but an alarm system. And once you name it, then you can face it. And now that's being had in mind. Once you name it, you can face it. Wonderful. People, let me read what people are saying on the group. People see dysfunction as love as a result of how we were raised. Yes, exactly. Wow, that was a very, very wonderful session. You really spoke from your expertise, and I like the attachment part also. And many of us have been conditioned, and some things we see or how we relate with people is not necessarily love, but how we have been conditioned. Thank you, and thank you so much for that wonderful session. Do we have anybody that has 1 or 2 questions for any of our speakers? 1 or 2 questions. Let's quickly take that so that we can round up by 8 p.m. Any question, please? Any question, please? If you don't want to speak, you can quickly type it in. Any question, please? Okay, in the absence of non-coach, thank you so much for this conference. I don't know if you want to say 1 or 2 things to appreciate our speakers and our guests also. Coach Ife.
Hey, thank you very much. Thank you so much. It's been it's been amazing. Our speakers, they've been dropping gems back to back. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Wow. Wow. So one question I want to drop with us, Dr. Francis asked a question. I'm sure because of time, he didn't ask us to reflect on the second question. He said, the love I didn't receive as a child was... So there are just questions that we need to take time to sit on and reflect on. And then the love I'm now going to give myself is... He didn't touch on that. That's also why I need to take note of it. Yeah, so please let's time out to reflect on that question. Yeah, and answer it by ourselves. Thank you very much, everyone. Sorry, just give me a minute. Thank you so much. It's been a blast back to back. Dr. Ebun, thank you so much. Thank you so there's been lots of gems, you know.
Yes,
I don't know how long it will take, you know. There are things we need to, like somebody said earlier, we need to sit with and regurgitate and chew it all over again, because there's so much. And well, I'm so happy that it's going to be on YouTube, and we can always go back to each of the sections and take time out to reflect on it. I don't know if admin can help us drop the YouTube link so that people can actually go back to it and, you know, listen to it over and over again. There's so much. It's loaded. Thank you very much. So as we come to the end of the day,
sorry,
I want to invite you once more not to rush back to the noise of everyday life, but to notice what you're taking with you. These gems, they are priceless. It may be a new perspective. It may be a question, you know, you've not asked yourself before, like this kind of questions too. I had to, you know, I started putting down some stuffs as well. Or maybe it's a reminder of something you already knew, but needed to hear again. Whatever it is, just let it settle. Go over it over and over again. And that's how we grow, you know. A lot has been opened up in us today. It is left for us not just to leave it that way and just forget about it and just go excited alone, but to go back to it and do something with it, you know. The work we've explored today, it doesn't just end when we leave this room. Growth continues in small, quiet choices that we make, in how we listen, how we communicate. Can't overemphasize that, how we show care, how we extend grace to ourselves and to others. So I encourage you today to take one thing at least and carry it on into your life intentionally. One step, you know, love grows that way, one step at a time. Thank you once again to all our speakers. It's been amazing. They blew my mind. Honestly, I am so grateful. I'm so grateful. Coach Jeff Oluwagbemiga, Coach Miracle Ihoma, Dr. Francis Adeshino, Dr. Shiju Balogun, even though we've never met. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dr. Ebu Falomo, thank you very much. I am really grateful. And we are so honored and blessed to have you all speak to us, you know, have these conversations with us this night. These conversations have honestly lighted an unquenchable fire in me. And I believe it's the same for every one of us. So a big thank you once again. And to everybody who showed up also and stayed true, thank you very much. Thank you very much for showing up openly, thoughtfully, courageously. Your presence here mattered to me, to us a great deal. And the space we shared here was richer because of your presence. Special thanks to all who have supported me this journey at the back end, the KDM team, King David Ministries team, Ayodele and team, my family, you know, my friends. God bless you richly. I am so grateful. I'm so grateful. Coach Deborah, even though it was last minute, you rose up to the occasion and you've done an amazing job. I am so grateful. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. God bless you all mightily. Thank you very much. So as you leave, please just ensure to be kind to yourself. Oh, it's 8 o'clock already. Stay curious. And remember that learning how to love in all its forms is a journey, not a destination. There's an amazing bootcamp for singles coming up soon. We'll continue some of these conversations then. The link, you know, to join the waiting list will be shared now, as well as feedback, the link to the feedback form, because your feedback is very, very important to us. So please kindly share your thoughts on the poll or the feedback link shared. Thank you very much, everyone, for being part of this. I appreciate you and I love you very much. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Coach Ife. Thank you so very much. So let me quickly note that Dr. Ebu Falomo posted some questions on the in the chat in case anybody wants to pick it as fast as possible before we end the call. So thank you also, Coach Ife, for bringing us together and for this wonderful program. So we will be signing out now. I am Deborah Tobiolawale, a mental health therapist and a family life coach. I'm glad for doing this alongside Coach Ife. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you so much, and thank you to all our speakers. So, and let me say that there is going to be replay right on YouTube. Please go back and, you know, take these lessons, digest them, work with it. In fact, this is like a conference that people pay, right, to get, but it's amazing. This came to us very, very on a very, very free platter of gold, so to speak. So please, let's do well to make use of it. And I trust God to work in us, to work through us in Jesus' name. Thank you so much, everyone. We will be signing out now. Coach Ife, you want to say something?
I can't see the YouTube link. I'm trying to get that across.
Okay.
It's a wrong link that is here. Just for but you can actually check the FLT show with Ife Aribisala. It should be on there, but I'll try and quickly drop the link now. If you give me just
Okay.
1-2 minutes, I'll get that
I
across.
think it was shared at the beginning of this program. Let's also
Oh, okay.
okay. I've seen it and I'm sending it right away.
Oh,
so
thank you very much.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so that's the YouTube link.
That's
We
the
can
YouTube
always
link.
go back there to
Yes.
listen to it.
Thank
All right.
you, everyone. Have an amazing weekend. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.